Say hello? Yeah. Your iPad? Yeah, I'm going to help you find it, okay? Okay. Made the terrible mistake of giving them iPads at a young age, and now that's ruined everyone's life. Ruined everyone's life.
Now we're going to start the evidence in the case. Commonwealth may call its first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, the Commonwealth would call Harrison Schmidt.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm to be given the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Harrison Schmidt, Schmidt.
Now, sir, where do you work?
Cohasset Police Department, Sergeant. Full-time since 2012.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
Since January 2023.
Before January 2023, what was your rank within the police department?
Detective.
And how long have you been a detective?
Since 2014.
And what were your responsibilities in January of 2023?
General investigations.
In addition to doing general investigations as a detective, did you have additional responsibilities with the Cohasset Police Department?
Yes. The lead firearms instructor, taser instructor, certified to certify officers to become firearm instructors, use of force for the department, and active shooter.
In addition to the Cohasset Police Department, do you work with any other law enforcement organizations?
Yes.
Which one, sir?
The Metropolitan Law Enforcement Council.
Can you tell us what that is?
It's METROLEC. It's a consortium of police departments that come together with mutual aid to share resources and personnel to create specialized teams.
How many police departments are a member of METROLEC?
About 50.
And how long have you been a member of METROLEC?
Since 2015.
And what is your responsibilities within METROLEC?
I'm on the SWAT team, and I'm the lead firearms instructor for the SWAT team.
And does METROLEC have a search and rescue team?
They do.
Can you tell us about the SWAT team's interplay with search and rescue?
The Metro SAR team, search and rescue, if they need physical searchers, they will pull from the SWAT pool.
Now, as a result of working with METROLEC and Cohasset Police Department, how many fatal investigations have you been involved in?
Dozens.
And how many missing person cases have you been involved in?
Between both, about a dozen.
And, sir, with your missing person cases, have you been able to recover each individual?
No.
And what are some of the reasons why not?
Medical issues, exposure to the elements, suicide.
Now, are you familiar with the investigation into the disappearance of Anna Walshe?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that investigation, sir?
I'm the lead investigator.
And when did you become involved in that investigation, sir?
January 4th, 2023.
And about what time on January 4th did you become involved?
I was notified on my way back from SWAT training by a supervisor that there was a missing persons investigation beginning in patrol. So I was requested to respond and assist.
And so about what time of day do you think that may have been?
I went to the police station about 4:00 p.m.
Now, sir, when you went to the police station, what did you do to begin your investigation?
I coordinated with the patrol officers that initially responded to investigate.
Yes.
I reviewed their reports. I conducted queries in law enforcement databases to get background information.
After doing all of these activities, did you have the opportunity to do anything else to further your investigation that afternoon or evening?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to Mr. Walsh's home and interviewed him.
Now, where is Mr. Walsh's home?
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
Does that street go by any other designation?
CJC Highway or Route 3A.
And so, as it being Route 3A, is it a busy street or is it like kind of a smaller side street?
It is 2 lanes divided by a double yellow line, main thoroughfare through town.
And about what time did you go to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
About 6:30 p.m.
And who went with you?
Officer Lawrence.
And why did you bring Officer Lawrence?
He was the initial patrol responding officer.
And so that night when you got to the Walshe residence, can you tell us what happened when you arrived?
I was greeted by Mr. Walsh.
Okay. And when you were greeted by Mr. Walsh, who else was home at this point in time?
His 3 children.
And what were the children doing?
They were eating McDonald's. In the kitchen, there's a kitchen island that they were seated at.
What are we looking at?
This is the front of the residence at 516 CJC Highway. Still the front of the house, focusing on the right front corner.
And at that right front corner, are there any other entrances or egresses to the house?
Yes, there's a side door recessed on that little three-step porch.
When you went to the house that night, which door did you go to?
That door.
And perhaps now's a good time for me to ask you, can you tell me how this house is situated from the street at Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
It's set back a long driveway. In front is another house and a used auto car dealership. It's in a wooded area.
And that's what's around the house, is the wooded area?
Correct.
You get to the house. What is it that you do with Mr. Walsh that evening?
We sat at the dining room table and conducted an interview. This is the dining room.
And where was Mr. Walsh when you had your conversation with him?
Seated in that front right corner towards the camera.
And where were you seated?
The far seat, the seat that has that black jacket on the back of it,
Where was Officer Lorenz?
on the window bench.
And where were the children while this interview took place?
They were in and out of the room.
Sir, what are we looking at here?
This is the area in between the dining room table and that kitchen island. This is a closer view of that buffet table.
And then when you were there that night, what was in the house as far as pets?
A dog.
Sir, where is this in the home?
If you go in that side door, you're in a hallway. If you take a right, there's a sunken in family room.
And is that dog the one that was home that night?
Yes, Hans.
Any difficulties with the dog that night when you were talking to Mr. Walsh?
No.
At this point in time, Ms. Gilman, I'd ask if you could press play on Exhibit 53, the interview from January 4th.
Okay, the order is on. It is 18:39 on Wednesday, January 4th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset. Present is Officer Lawrence. And, sir, Brian, could you take the name for me?
Yeah, Brian Wall,
Brian Walsh, okay. Brian, what's your date of birth?
13175.
Okay, and we're at your home, 516 CJC Highway.
Yes, it's right now.
Perfect. So, could you do me a favor? I know you've explained a lot of this
Of course.
today. Could you just do me a favor and just start at the beginning? So, I understand your wife, Anna, she travels a lot for work.
She's in DC for this pretty new job she got.
Okay.
And we'll follow shortly, but it's taking long.
Awesome. So starting when she was at work. So most recently, so Anna, it's my understanding that Anna came home. Was it Friday?
Friday morning she arrived. Yes.
Friday morning she came
Yes.
home. Okay. And she flew from DC to.
Yes. I can
Okay.
show you she sent me that information.
Sure. I would love to.
You can look up. Yeah, you can look all, but that was the last one she sent me.
This is
That's
word text.
no. She texted me so I would know when she was
Okay.
coming in.
Yeah.
I'd ask.
So this is your text.
Yeah, my text chain was on it. Look,
Okay.
you can take a look at that. Whatever you want to do with that.
All right. So it looks like on last Thursday at 7:36 p.m. There's a screenshot of the JetBlue app, and it's a travel itinerary. It's a flight B6254 dated December 30th from DCA Terminal 2 C28 to Boston Terminal C33. So it departs at 6:30 a.m. Arrives at Boston 7:57 a.m. Then do you mind if I just look at?
Please look at anything that's going to help you. Please look at anything. She sent me some. She had a day with Thomas, so she sent me some videos of that, and then you'll get into the area where I text them. And if you want to look at it, there's probably a year ago in text there. If any of that is supported, please.
Sure. No, I'm not looking to pry. I'm just really.
I'm open.
No, I appreciate it. So Friday around 6:01 a.m., you text flight on time. She responds amongst other things, yes, boarding now. Friday 7:59 a.m. landed. And then it looks like Friday 12:07 p.m. Photos of Anna and the oldest, Thomas. 6 years old. My man. Did you take these photos?
I took that photo.
You took these and sent them to Anna?
She usually would just send them to herself.
Okay. Oh, so.
She'd take my phone and send them to herself.
Okay.
The ones that she had.
Very good. So that was a series of 7 photos sent Friday at 6:33 p.m. And Anna sent this group of photos?
I believe so. I took the photos. A lot of times I take the photos and she takes my phone and sends them to herself.
Okay. On Monday, 2:33 p.m., a text from you to Anna. Monday, 7:18 p.m., another text. Yesterday, bring a text, 6:39 a.m., continuing to 8:30 a.m.
Usually she'd be back in touch with me at this point.
Okay. What's Viber? Calling you in Viber now?
Viber is what her sister uses. That's how it's like a WhatsApp or something.
Oh, okay.
So Viber is from a long time ago. She would use that to communicate with Europe and stuff like that. When her SIM card died last week, she called me on Viber. Called Viber.
Okay.
Sister uses it, so I tried every sort of situation I could to get
Okay.
before blowing the whistle or ringing the bell or anything.
Sure. Did the SIM card issue ever get resolved?
I believe so. Her phone was working when she came here.
Okay. It's my understanding that it's a company phone.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And
So
it's on Verizon, if you know.
no, so we're on Verizon. I don't know what the company is on, but I know that she was part of our family plan, and then she just ported it over.
She brought the number over to their system.
She took the phone over or
Okay.
something. So like that was canceled and it moved over.
Okay.
But I think she took the numbers. We didn't change numbers.
Right. Okay. So she took the family plan number
And
to work, and then work to start paying for it.
yeah.
Excellent.
I guess they call it porting it over.
Yep. When one carrier picks up the other carrier.
Yeah, but I think they don't Verizon. T-Mobile maybe.
Okay. Okay, so she flies in. I see the text around 7 a.m. How does she get from the airport to home?
Yeah, she always Uber or Lyft.
It's Uber or Lyft.
Yeah,
Okay.
and Uber was one and Lyft would be two.
Okay. And so she gets dropped off here.
Yeah. Usually they drop further down because no one can find the place. So,
Okay.
but that's pretty much.
Sure. So
That's why I was in contact. When she's arriving, there's more contact than when she's going to DC. Normally, like she's off pretty quick. So yeah,
work.
right.
Work.
So if it had this been reversed, it would have been a totally different situation. If I had heard from her how what's going on.
Sure.
She's supposed to be here, so.
Sure. Okay, so she comes home Friday morning. Do you guys do anything together, or what are you doing?
Yeah. So
Run me through the weekend if you don't mind.
Yeah, with pleasure. I had some she was running late, so I took William and Brian to kinder care. It's where the daycare is from.
Yep.
And Thomas was off, so I said, would you like to have a day with Thomas? I was going, okay, Thomas. I just am going to do a few errands I've already scheduled for. And then she was having a good time. And then I came back, and then we spent the rest of the day the evening with the kids, and then we hung out.
Okay.
And she was a bit tired when she came. She wasn't feeling well. Saturday was December 31st. She went to work out in the morning.
Okay.
And
what's the gym?
yeah, it's bar method in here.
Bar method?
Yeah.
Okay.
She went to Glossy Nails to have her nails done for the new year.
Is that also in
I
Hingham?
believe so, yes.
Go back to Friday. Do you guys just hang in the house? Or do
Yes.
you,
No, we didn't.
go.
We were just together.
So she could see her. You ran some errands.
Yeah.
And then you just hung out in the house.
Yeah, then with the kids.
So then she hits farm at the gym in the morning
Yes.
Saturday.
Yes.
And Glossy Nails.
Yes.
Okay.
Because that was the last comment I used to say, they're okay.
Yep.
And she said, yeah, I just decided to get my nails done. I was like, then she came over and she said, hey, I'm going to take the kids. I give you a break. I'm going to take the kids to a place in Canton, the Wonderland over there. It's an indoor play. Okay. And then my son took my phone to, okay, sorry, okay. What happened was, I was like, that would be great, so I get ready, because we're making dinner for her former boss, Jem.
Okay.
So she hadn't seen him face to face for a while, so I said, I got some time alone to prepare dinner and get everything together, and she took the Jem. Yeah. A lot of people call him Jim. He's been on the phone with me 5 times today as well. So he came over, and then we had
Dinner here?
yeah, we had dinner here. Yeah, we had dinner here. We celebrated the New Year, and then signed the bottle. She signed 23 being the best year ever. And then I'm working on it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There you go. Okay. See, that's how it happens. At that time, I didn't have access to my phone.
Okay.
So sorry, he does that, guys. He's
The kids had the phone, right?
yeah,
Okay.
So William, the excited one, took it up to his room. I didn't there, but I knew it was going to turn up. We have a lot of worry that it's going to be thrown out. And so he had thrown out my wife's phone apparently a while ago. That's the age. I don't know the kids, but they have a tendency to throw stuff away. So then she'd been on her phone a lot or texting with work, and she mentioned with Jem that she was worried about work and things like that.
Okay.
And I was like, all right. She was scheduled to leave Tuesday morning early. And then she said that there was an emergency at work, one of the buildings, and that she had to leave early in the morning. Sunday morning. And I was like, okay. Normally I would have been like, that's ridiculous, but she worked up until 7 p.m. on December 24th at another building in DC. So I thought, all right, this is we're going to be together soon enough as a family. It's fine. We make this decision together. So
Do you know what kind of issue arose?
she didn't explain it to me.
Some kind of
But there was like one of the buildings had a bunch of leaks. Another building the FBI raided at one point. Another building there was a disgruntled tenant, and so she was dealing with all of that. She's the regional manager there. So I didn't know because I didn't want. I was like, all right, well, whatever has to be done. And then she said, hey, I'm going to have time off for Martin Luther King Day. I can be here for 4, maybe 5 days. And I was like, well, that's great. That's great news. And then she only brings her bag. Her carry bag is normally a Louis Vuitton bag, and she didn't bring. She just brings a little bit of stuff. She's got a bunch of stuff all over this place, or she just goes and buys it. And then what happened? Yeah, then she woke me up around 6 and said she was going. She came down. I guess Thomas heard her and came down, and she said, I have to go. And he said, I love you very much. And she said, I love you very much. And then he said that she left. He got in a taxi, but I don't think he saw it because it was further down. But if you want to talk to him, but he said it was a taxi. And I was like, he described the car. He said, well, I really didn't see it that. So I was like, okay. So he was coming down to get, I think,
maybe Anna said taxi. And
maybe she's my driver. But I know that she was not driving. There's no way she was driving a vehicle. There's like zero possibility of that.
Okay. When was she originally scheduled to fly back?
Well, it was Tuesday, probably 8:30 or the early flight that she takes. But what was I going to say? I never got the confirmation for that.
Okay.
But she usually just sends me her arrival because that's the most important for us once she's with the kids and everything and scheduling.
Right.
So.
Okay. Does she particularly travel on JetBlue?
Yeah, she got a JetBlue credit card that gave her 80,000 points, and she doesn't like getting new credit cards, but she was like, well, we're doing this a lot. So she had gotten that. I had no access to that. She just got it, but she also started to use it more because she needed to spend a certain amount of money to get the points. So that changed our whole dynamic over the last month.
Yep, that makes sense. So she's been flying JetBlue lately. Is it a particular airport that she's going to as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's JetBlue or American Airlines. American Airlines is second.
Okay.
You guys don't want to talk to him, do you?
Yeah. One day.
So JetBlue number 1, American Airlines number 2. That's all I know. I don't think she ever took anything else. And someone said maybe she took a connecting flight. She never took a connecting flight. Even once in the summer where they had the thunderstorm, she spent 8 hours at the airport. Yeah. She didn't even, she was like, well, I just go get stuck somewhere that's not DC or Boston. No good. So I don't think that happened at all. I can't imagine that. And then it was always DCA and it was always Logan. It was never went to national or anything like that.
You heard this from William as to the whole taxi mention?
Thomas, there's my 6-year-old. Yeah, William doesn't have it.
Yeah, well, ahead of his time.
Yeah, William's story would be much more fantastic.
Yeah. Why do you think Thomas was up?
He gets up early,
okay.
And he's always watching. I let him sleep with his iPad, so he wakes up and starts doing that. And then I guess, anytime he hears action downstairs, like when we were having the dinner and celebrating, he came down to say hello to Jem. So anytime he hears something, he comes down. So he must have heard his mother, and he was like, oh, great, I'm awake. So he came down.
Okay.
Because when he was on the couch, I came down and said, I'm sorry, Mommy had to leave early.
Yep.
And he said, I already know that, Daddy. I said goodbye to him.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, because I was like, okay, because he was on the couch earlier than normal but he had been off the whole week, so he had a lot of rest. So.
Okay. So going back to New Year's Eve,
yeah.
So it's you and the
Jeff.
boys and Jem.
Yeah, well, the boys we put them to bed. Jem didn't get here till 8.
Okay.
And Anna
so they're all in bed.
Yeah, Anna took them to that indoor play. So
is it Wonderland?
I call it Wonderland. It's probably indoor play Canton. It's in Canton. It's an indoor play, but I don't have the exact name. Anna knows that.
Okay. So it's you, Jem, and
then
doing the dinner.
Yeah, and then Thomas came and hung out, and you heard we sent final one today.
Okay. So how did the night progress? How late did Jem stay over?
Yeah, Jem stayed till almost 1 or so. Like after midnight at our age with kids, we're like, okay, good, we did it. Yeah. That's like it's past our bedtime. When you're younger, you're like, hey, what's next?
I was in bed at 10:30.
Yeah, right. There you go. Yeah. So, and that's when during that time, Anna was dealing with her phone a lot, and she'd gotten a message from Della, who I've spoken to today, who was like, hey, you didn't see me where you left. And so he was upset. And then she was seeming, I don't know, like well, she seemed like the last couple of weeks, she seemed like under pressure at her job. And she made mention, even Jem spoke about it today, there were a lot of things she didn't like doing or she's not good at. So that seemed to be on her mind. Spoke to me a few days before saying she wanted to see a psychiatrist. And I was like, yeah, we're apart. It's been difficult for all of us. I've seen a therapist, like I told you today, the last 35 years. So anything that would support you is fine. And then, but I mean, I always make fun of her, my super sturdy woman. So, it seems like she was invincible. And so that was going on, and then she said that she had to go after Jem left. She said she had to go.
Okay.
And I was like,
So maybe around 1:30?
yeah, way before, like after 1:30.
Okay.
And then, because she was like, we're going to go to bed. And I was like, what's this? She's like, Brian, I really have to go back. And that's when she told me. And I was like, what was like, that seems odd, but I get what's going on. She was supposed to be here the whole week.
Right.
I was like, she didn't get here until Friday because she was just too much work that she was trying to keep up with. So the schedule has been, thank you. Thank you. But the schedule has been like that for the past few months, like where she's been having to cut back on family time. And it's been difficult for all of us.
Sure. When exactly how many months ago did she start the job, or when did the whole new arrangement?
Yeah, it's been a while. We've been here for 9 months almost. We were only supposed to be here for a few months, and then things took longer. And then at first it was supposed to be in Boston.
Yeah.
And she worked at the Boston property. And then that wasn't working out. And then DC, and then I was like, all right, well, we'll do this. It shouldn't take long. And then, things progressed. So that was not the best.
Okay. I can imagine that's gotta be tough.
Yeah. But, the only problems that we had in our marriage were that we weren't spending time together. That was like, during the pandemic, a lot of people got divorced. We enjoyed family time.
Loved it.
Everybody loved it. Yeah.
Okay, so what's the time frame? So Jem leaves between 1 and 1:30.
No, Jem leaves about like 1, let's say 12:50, 1 o'clock. Because I remember looking at the clock, it was close to 1.
Okay.
And then Anna and I were talking, and then I went to the bathroom, and she said, let's go to bed. And I said, sure. And then I'm like, let me clean up. And that's when she said that she had to go. So I really have to go tomorrow.
Okay.
And she'd made mention that she might have to leave early earlier on Saturday. But, then she confirmed it. But she always was like, hey, I'm going to be there early. I'm going to stay longer. And then she's like, I can't do it. So I think maybe I was putting a lot of pressure on her for more family time. And she was having a hard time.
That's understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's understandable. All right, so you think by 1:30 you both were upstairs and going to bed?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And then she was to catch a early flight.
Early flight. So she only got, this is why she's always been tired. She wasn't feeling well on Friday to begin with, and she was very ill the week before. I want to say, because I got two. The kids got sick, then I got sick, and she came. Everyone got sick. So everyone's sick a lot. So, but I want to say on February 27th, she worked from home. She was so sick, which is very rare. So, but she was feeling better. But I noticed a difference there, and then she probably got 2.5 or 3 hours of sleep.
Okay.
Then she gets up and you hear her like getting ready. Yeah. And then it must have been 6. I didn't see the clock, but it was dark outside still. So, and that's when she came down. Then she does the final cleans up and stuff like that.
Did you sleep through that whole morning routine?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I used to get up and she was like, you're going to be rooms and the boys are going to get up. So I was like, you're right. But she comes and kisses me. Okay.
And then, have you heard any other communication or seen any other, does she have social media?
Yes, she has a bunch of social media. People have already been looking into it.
Yep.
I guess her messenger comes up on my phone for some reason. So people have been sending messages, and I think they're for me, but they're for Anna. And her Instagram, I have some access to, but I don't do any social media really. So it's her name. But everyone has called saying that they thought that they saw some action on the Facebook. Jem and Adela, and I said it must be me. It comes through, and I look at it because normally I don't. But now I'm looking at everything that comes in.
Yeah.
But there have been I don't think there have been any new posts because I'd asked everyone
to keep an eye out.
Yeah, if there have been any new, but it does not seem like she's on Instagram and Facebook. I don't know of any other.
Okay. All right. So Sunday morning when she leaves, you haven't heard anything?
I don't know. But just to be clear, I didn't have the phone. And last week on it was the 24th, she had that work at Mazda building. So I didn't hear. I didn't hear from her all day. And then she was supposed to be here on a flight, and she missed that flight on the 25th.
Okay.
She drove up.
Okay.
at that point, that's when I freaked out because she was coming here. So I'm like, well, where is she? I haven't heard from her.
Right.
Super weird. And that's when I said, you're missing. And I'm going to call Sally, her sister.
This is the 24th.
The 25th. Yeah.
So Christmas
Day.
Day.
And she worked all night,
Yeah.
which I was not happy about, but I understand. She was supposed to be here early on the 25th. She wasn't here. And I didn't have, she had sent me her flight info.
Okay.
That's one of the few times. So then I started to really get nervous, and I called Sally and Alyssa, and I called Jim, but I didn't say anything to Jim. And then I called my mother, and I was gonna file this versus for right there. So I was like,
Yep.
And then she called and said, I'm driving up. I was at the airport. My flight was canceled. I was busy. I couldn't get in touch with you.
Okay.
And I was like, okay. So this time around, it was a bit different. I'm going to DC now, and I didn't have the phone, so I just emailed her saying, I hope everything's okay. And all that's fine. So,
Where was your phone on Sunday?
so Saturday at 11 a.m., I guess William took it, put it up in his bed. It was Thomas found it under his pillow on Monday at that 2:30 time when I got in touch with her.
Okay.
But I emailed her twice before that, but I was like, you know what, it's fine. I don't want to, I'm missing person every time my wife needs
Right.
5 minutes. So, and then I started getting nervous. And then on Tuesday, I started to call around, and I remember her telling me, hey, you don't call work. Don't embarrass me at work, Brian. And I was like,
Right.
Sure. So I called Sally and everyone, and then I was like, and then this morning, that's when I was like, I have to, and
We're going on another day.
yeah. So now it's Wednesday today. Today's Wednesday, right?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I lost. And then this morning, that's when I started calling everyone.
Okay.
And then the Tipton fire people got back to me. I left a message at their off-site sales. I said, can you please say Brian Wallace called? I called from another building that we didn't pick up, and I was going to call her boss, Jeff Chod. I didn't have his number, but I was looking for it.
Yeah.
And then it was Graham that called me and said, is everything okay? And I said, I don't know. She had work. And he said, I didn't see her yesterday.
Okay.
And that's why he's kind of a lot.
Okay. All right. Very good. That all sounds reasonable. Has she ever forgotten the phone or left her phone here before?
She's never left her phone here. I mean, she's pretty good at it. It has happened.
Yes.
It has happened, but I don't think she's ever left her phone here.
Okay. Does she ever turn the phone off or put it on vibrate or anything like that, or does she always keep the ringer on?
No, she definitely turns it off. But in the evening we have
Okay.
to, so.
Is she on call at times where she would always keep her phone on, or is she okay to just shut it off at night?
She would turn on she never turns the phone off though.
Okay.
So the phone is almost always on. I mean, a lot of times she's running out of the back.
That would be my next
Yeah.
question. Is she one of the types that's always looking for her phone charger?
Yeah, no, we have
Okay.
also the kids are destroying them all the time. And so here at the house, she's always looking for juice for her phone.
Okay. Is anything else come to mind that we should be aware of?
I mean, I talked to my wife. Even though that we've been doing this for a while and we haven't been happy about it, I talk to her a lot. And even if she can't talk, she sends me a text saying, I'll call you right back or something. I mean, it's very rare. It's one or two times that I didn't hear from her, and then I freaked out, and then she's like, you need to take it easy. It's too much pressure, Brian. I said, sure, of course, I understand.
Right.
And now this time I feel like I was not high pressure enough. I should have done something more. So my mother is always calling, and she's like, what's going on? She was high private investigators and stuff like that. So I was like, so the detectives, the gentleman at Testifies is head of global security. So
Okay.
I think we have a good shot here.
Yeah. Do you have shared or access to her Uber or Lyft accounts? Or
No.
does she rent her own?
Yeah, I don't use any of that stuff. Yeah, I'm driving around, and I never did. It worked out when I was single. My friends would call me Ubers, but Anna was always ahead with the tech and things like that. And since she was, I never did anything to learn about it because I didn't have to. So I was,
Right. Does she have any family here stateside? Or
me and the boys, that's it. And then her sister is in Toronto. I told her sister you guys were coming, and that she's available to talk. Everyone's
Okay.
available to talk, whatever you want to ask.
Okay,
anytime.
perfect. Appreciate that. So she got a sister in Canada. Where's Anna's mother?
Okay, so Anna's mother's in Belgrade, and Anna was just there. Her mother has been sick. She was here, and then she got back to Belgrade. So she went up. She was going to the hospital to do some work. So she and her sister were both there to support her mother
Okay.
at the end of November, beginning of December.
Okay, so not too long ago.
No,
And that's Serbia?
yes, sorry,
Okay.
yes, sir. And Sally, her sister, called and let her mother know what was happening.
Okay.
So
Any other siblings?
it's basically just the three of them. That's her and Sally and Malaka as her mother.
Okay. No brother or anything?
No.
Okay. Any like half siblings or anything on the father's side?
There's someone, his name is Milan. He is a cousin
Okay.
that they share land with, that they've been in a dispute with for, 30 years or 20 years.
Okay.
And that's been going back and forth for our entire marriage. They had a deal. It just fell apart. They went up to deal with that as well.
Okay.
So, yes, but Sally and Anna do not get along with Milan at all.
Okay.
He's
That's kind of a tumultuous relationship.
very,
And there was activity related to that as recent as early December.
yeah, they had to go deal with the lawyers and they had a contract that was signed 5 years ago, but they had to, cancel it.
Okay.
It didn't work
And
out.
it's like a land dispute.
It's a huge land dispute, yeah.
Okay. Was Jimmy like best friends? I know you mentioned Jem, which was an old.
Jem is, there's a girl named Carrie Westbrook. She's a very good friend of Anna. They both worked at the Inn at Little Washington. Jem Annabella called to say that she posted something about 10 years or 13 years, and Anna would normally always say something. Sure. Okay, thank you.
Where did they work together?
At the Inn at Little Washington. That was Anna's, I think Anna's one of Anna's first jobs. She was here.
Okay.
So Carrie, and then in town there's Bella who works at the Melrose. He's been in touch with me several times today. And there's a neighbor. She made good friends with the neighbor. I don't know who the neighbor. That's Winta is her name, but I don't have any numbers. And she hasn't spoken about Winta for several months. I guess now I think about it is there's Alyssa Kirby. Peter Kirby lives in Marshfield. That's her brother, and Alyssa Kirby lives very nearby. But when I called on Christmas Day, Alyssa was going to go over and check on the house.
Okay.
And that's an Anna called, and then Anna's like settled down. But Alyssa has, she's like, I can go over to the house. Well, I said, everyone's already been to the house. Alyssa, thank you.
And these are
Alyssa is a DC contact. Abdella is a DC contact. Carrie's in DC. The gentleman who sold us our townhouse, William Fasto, is in DC. And his office is very close by. When I called him, he's like, I just got back in from Idaho. But he immediately went over to take a look at the house that he could.
Okay.
Abdella did too.
okay. Just so I have the dynamic right, you guys started in DC and you came up here,
Yeah.
the Boston opportunity, and then that kind of brought you back.
She was in DC. I was always involved. Like, you're going back, like, from the beginning of our relationship. Yes.
So, like, how long? Like, when did you guys meet and when did you guys get married?
Oh, right. Yeah. So we met years ago at a place called the Wheatley.
Okay.
And then she went to DC for a job, and I was traveling, and then I called her in November 2011 to say, I'll be in DC. And then we met up and we started going out again. And then in 2013, we lived together in DC. And then that wasn't working out. And I came up to Boston, and then she quickly came back after. And then we were in Boston since then. And then she got this job in DC, and she said, I'll go back to DC now if it works out. And I said, sure. And then that's, but we were in Boston for 7-8 years together.
Okay. Do you have any other phones, or is it just that one work phone, or like an Apple Watch, or anything?
She wanted to get an Apple Watch, and we were actually getting one. I don't know. I didn't see. She would have told me. We talked a lot, so I don't think she was talking about getting another phone and an Apple Watch. I don't know if she got the Apple the extra phone, but I'm wondering if she had a second device as well.
Okay.
But she normally likes to just have one device. There have been times over our marriage where she's had 2 devices.
Okay. Who's typically in charge of either the finances or?
Oh, Anna's very good at that. I like, we do it together, but when it comes to being on time paying the bills, she's much better at that stuff. So with me, like more, broader advisory, like let's do this, let's spend money on.
Sure.
But no, she is a operations expert. That's like
correct. Logistics, that's her thing.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay. How about, if you don't mind me asking, like overall, like financially, like you're getting good and in order, or
yes,
any stuff?
Yes, I'm yes, definitely. Okay. Well, financially, in some ways, better than ever. This job was 3 times what she was making them.
Oh wow.
That's why I think she did 315 this year. So that was huge for us.
Sure.
And then, definitely. So that's why we decided to do the deal. But I've been having legal problems for many years now. It's one of the reasons why I couldn't leave, because I'm dealing with that now. And it was supposed to be done a long time ago, and it wasn't. So we've been really depressed about that. And there is restitution that I get to pay, but we have the money, and we're just waiting to get a final resolution. So the stress was being a part and not being the authors of our own lives. I couldn't move when we had to. And then our mothers have both of their health, so they're difficult. So she had to go to Belgrade instead of coming here for 2 weeks.
Right.
And that was a hard hit. And then my mother, she needs a lot of assistance. She recently had cataracts and she's had 3 cancer surgeries. So,
I'm sorry.
right, no, she's doing well. So thank
That's
you.
good.
Knock on wood. The biggest stress is not being together. Before, when I was dealing with it, we were together. It was, it was one of those, we were a magnificent team. We were able to get through anything together.
Right.
I was reading her a love note just the other day from 4 years ago about how we're able to blossom under such difficult circumstances. So,
Perfect. I appreciate you being so open.
yeah.
Is it okay if I ask about
Please ask any
the,
questions you'd like.
the legal stress?
Absolutely, yeah. So, do you have a specific question, or would you like?
Just a rundown of, what?
Yeah, I misrepresented a Warhol piece. You can read about it in the papers.
You're an attorney?
Am I?
What's your representation?
No, I was.
I don't even know what you do. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So I had some art, and I lost money on it, and I misrepresented it to another person in the gallery.
Okay.
And then the FBI got involved, and I was arrested, and that occurred in 2018. So I've been dealing with that, and then I went to sentencing in October 8th of 2021, and everything was going to be fine.
Yep.
But the bank had called for the bank check, saying that some of the money had been returned, but none of the money that was in the bank check, and then things were postponed, and then things continued to be postponed, and so I'm kind of locked down here at the house. Part of my sentence is home confinement, but it's gone over the 12 months because of things have not been resolved.
Okay.
And that's why I've been able to be in Massachusetts. I'm sorry, in DC with my wife, and she's been doing this. So, but we were just the other day, there was possible resolution for the whole thing. But
Obviously, I think that sounds.
that's what we were looking. But the prosecutor definitely was interested in more, and he saw a second opportunity at Apple. So that's why things have taken a lot longer. But that's where we're at. And if there's any other information, I'll give you my attorney's number, and she can also tell you about it.
Sure.
She probably explain the law better than I can. But I acknowledge I've added integrity. And thank you. And I'm dealing with the whole family. Unfortunately, is dealing because of my actions.
So, what did I do to capture it?
So, but I want to
get a whole picture.
I don't want to hide anything from you, because if that could lead to finding my wife sooner, that's the most important thing.
Right. Yeah. So we just.
But I do want to acknowledge
Extremely stressed or anything like that.
But it's extremely embarrassing for me to talk about. But under these circumstances, it's worth it.
We're not here to judge anything like that.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Is there any? But please, if you have any other questions, please ask me. Don't hold back.
She obviously has a passport, right?
Yes.
Is her passport still here?
No.
Is that something she normally carries with her for traveling, or?
Yeah, well, I would say yes, because what happened was she lost her ID at one point, and now she had to start carrying her passport. Yeah. But now she always carries her passport. William does not have a passport. Thomas and Brian do. And when I got nervous about, not seeing her and stuff, like, hey, whoever is with the kids should have their passports. It's the only form of ID. Also, my mother wanted to open up an account for Thomas, and so the only way to identify him. Sure. So she brought those passports here now.
Is she on any medications?
Not that I know of. She so for health, I'm out of shape, but she's in great shape. But we had a bit of a cancer scare last year, but they biopsied and said it was fine
On her side.
Okay. But she kept saying that she felt that she was pale recently, and I said it's because she hasn't had a lot of rest. She'd be working hard and flying in, and then. But when she gets here, it's not restful. The kids are like, so I'll give her some weekends off and say, hey, stay in DC. I'll take care of the kids. You've got to because she's here the whole weekend, then leaves early in the morning. And then now her work schedule when she got back, the work schedule really got very tight because she's taking 2 weeks off.
Okay.
So we really didn't have any time for the holidays or anniversary. So
Sure. So you're not aware of any medications? Any other health issues or anything coming up? One biopsy?
No, nothing. I mean, it's very unlikely that she would hide something from me.
Right.
We really talk about everything, and no, I can't think of that there'd be anything else.
Okay. Luggage wise, she probably has a full set of clothes in DC.
Most of my clothing's in DC too. So the idea, she thought it was going to take a month or two to get there.
Yeah.
It's taking a lot longer. So we had to buy stuff, just to, like everything. We keep having to buy new stuff
Up here. Okay. So I assume she travels light.
Very light.
Okay.
Yeah. So last time One time she just brought her purse.
Yep.
And then this time she brought out my over heavier coat because I was getting cold. She said bring. So she brought her little carry-on.
Okay. And
But that's
you had a coat in DC, so she brought up here.
yeah, because I was wearing this light coat.
Yep.
And she said, "Come on, I'll bring it up." All right.
That makes sense. Sure.
But that means she has to bring more luggage, so I felt bad. She's like, "Don't buy a new coat. Don't get cold and get sick." So
Right.
she was-
So you described the carry-on
absolutely. So Louis Vuitton carry-on
is like a big purse. Like
well, I know it's the duffel bag, the Louis Vuitton duffel bag. Yeah. My mother actually, she wanted me to ask the Washington police if they saw that bag at the house, because if that bag was there, I think she's definitely at the house.
okay.
It's the brown, the classic, yeah.
With all the shape.
Yeah, with
I'm not a
the
purse guy.
LV. I mean, I had to become like my wife. Yeah.
Any like memory issues?
Yeah, she has a terrible memory. We make fun of it since we've been together. Yeah, she's like, I said that's why she's always happy. She doesn't remember anything.
But I mean, so she's not losing like big gaps of the day, like
No,
like hours filled.
no, nothing. No,
Classic, you know, like right now, like forget what I had for lunch.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, it was, yeah. I mean, but that's the joke it always made. It's like, well, I don't know. I mean, she was always, that was always the thing. Or even, further back, I was the one who had the memory of everything.
Okay.
But I told her it was good. I could repeat stories. So be a fresh marriage forever. It was good.
I like that. Any substance abuse?
No, I basically drank nothing. When she met me, she started to drink more. And then we both, with the kids and stuff, pretty much shut it down. But New Year's Eve, we did have some champagne and stuff like that.
Definitely.
But no, on us, yeah, totally straight arrow, always.
Do you have any sort of like family tracking on the apps? Like
I-
Find My iPhone,
I don't.
tags, anything like that?
So my mother just bought air tags for us, and
Yeah.
Anna had picked it up on Saturday. And I have one. I said, "Yeah, one of these is for you."
Sure.
But because things went so, but because she left early, we were going to do a lot of work for the new year and stuff, and then she was going to be having an air tag.
Okay.
My mother was like, "I'm going to have an air tag."
Yeah.
But they're right on my desk, all wrapped up, and she's the one that like launches all of it. She's the one who puts stuff together. So
Yeah.
and I would always just say, "Oh, okay, we'll wait till you come back." I'm always waiting to save us four guys over here.
That's what I have.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I should take these. No.
Those look at
Yeah, your mother get upset. Okay, don't break them. Okay, all right. Okay.
Where did he find those?
I don't know. They must have been over here or something. I didn't notice. I didn't notice. Okay, no swearing. Sorry for that. I thought he was saying truck for a while.
I heard truck. I'm on his side. I heard truck.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Did she bring the big duffel bag back with her? Have you seen it here?
I know we haven't. So when you asked me what she might be wearing, her black coat, but it's a small coat.
Yep.
The hunter boots were gone, blue and gray. The duffel bag, and then the purse that you brought,
Okay.
a black probably.
Do you have any cameras at the house?
Not
Like,
this one. Oh
Ring doorbell?
no, yeah, no, we don't have any here.
Is the landlord or property owner or anything?
I don't think so. I haven't called Peter yet. I've been calling a lot of people, but haven't been ready to go to the next level again. Like I don't think he's got it. He might have something down by the garage. Like, he might have some stuff down there.
Sure.
But I don't think he's got anything on his. I haven't seen any Ring doorbells anywhere.
Okay. Any cameras at the house in DC?
There's she installed. We had the door. That's not Ring, but what's the other one? Or
Blink. Yeah.
there's a lot of them now.
Ring.
Net-
Arlo.
What's the one that has the thermostat too?
Nest.
The Nest. I think we had a Nest camera, but that would be on her phone. But when we were, I'm going to one moment. When we were at Jerusalem Road, we had three, so I'd be out playing with the boys, and she'd talk through it. I said, "You're very good with that." Yeah, but no, I just not here. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Any other questions? Or?
Kilo, anything else?
I can't think of anything else that you haven't already explained. Appreciate it.
No, I appreciate. No, I appreciate it. I know it's 7:30, and you guys are still here, so thank you for that.
Do you mind if I take a look at the camera roll? Maybe if she took
The photos I have on
photos?
this.
Yeah. There's something that jumps out, you know what I mean?
Sometimes the kids get it, so sorry, but that's everything there. You can take a look. There's probably 1,000 photos. Glasses, please. Black glasses, please. Okay. You said it'd be okay if they wear labs.
Yep. This is gonna happen, yes.
Yeah, I always make the joke. I'm gonna make it extra happy for you guys. Yes, Thomas. Okay, well, please tell him not to. That's not me. William, please. Oh no, I would like to say I don't know where he learned that, so I'm pretty sure it was me. You're taking that. That's your brothers. Get very upset. Thank you. Can I have the glasses back, please? No. All right.
If you don't mind me asking, what kind of errands did you run on?
Yeah, on
was it
Friday.
Friday.
Yeah, basically, I just went down to see a friend of mine, Paul Fleming. We hadn't seen each other in a while.
Yeah.
And then, brought back some of the stuff for meal and things like that. And trying to think what else.
Where was that? Where did you?
Live in New Boston. Yeah, I came up. And anytime you want to go through this, feel free.
Sure.
So weird, like my whole life is like on this thing. I'd be like, here's my life. Go enjoy it.
Yeah, I just looked. I saw the photos from.
Oh, great.
Yeah, of your wife and the boys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the same. Yeah.
And that was Friday.
I'm trying to think. I also went to interview. So yeah.
Do you mind if we just do a walkthrough of the house, just see if anything jumps out?
Yeah.
Get a fresh set of eyes.
Yeah. Let's do it.
So, is there anything else? Because I'll shut this off. Is there anything else that?
I think that's it. That's all. Yeah.
Greg, do you have any ideas? From what I really appreciate you going.
Yeah. No. Of course. Absolutely.
Sometimes every little thing helps.
I believe that. I believe that.
There's small and see if you can track something down. So,
Right.
all right. It is 7:31. I'm shutting off the record.
Sergeant, I have a few questions about that interview. How old were the children at this point in time?
2, 4, and 6.
And the oldest child, what was produced during that interview?
An iPad.
An iPad. And when it's heard the defendant saying 121212, what is going on at that point in time?
The child needed help unlocking the iPad, and the defendant assisted in punching in the code to unlock it.
Now, in addition, at some point in time, someone produced glasses. Who did that?
The middle child.
And directing your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 6, file number 7214, Ms. Gilman, if we could have that. Sergeant, did you see the glasses there in that photograph?
Yes, there were ladies' glasses there in the black case underneath the mirror on the counter.
Now, during the interview, he showed you his phone. What did you look at on his phone?
Text message thread between him and Anna, and the camera roll.
And what did you see as far as travel arrangements?
There were screenshots of the JetBlue app that Anna had sent him for the flight from DC to Boston.
So at the end of the interview, there's mention of doing a walkthrough. What did you do next?
We concluded the interview and began the walkthrough.
Okay, and so what is a walkthrough, sir?
We just went throughout the house to see if anything jumped out or seemed important.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 8, 7115? So, sir, what part of the house was this?
This is the front of the house. It's not the front door, but it's like the primary access door to the right.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 9, 7120? Now, where are you in the house at this point in time, sir?
If you go into that door from the last photo, you're in a hallway. If you look left in that hallway, this is the entryway into the kitchen and dining room, that open floor concept.
And Ms. Gilman, if we can have Exhibit 10, 7122. Where is this in the house, sir?
If you go in from that outside door and you look straight from the hallway, that's the first floor bathroom.
And what is inside the first floor bathroom besides the bathroom?
Washer and dryer.
Ms. Gilman, Exhibit 11, please, 7169. And I take it this is the washer and dryer inside that first floor bathroom?
Correct.
Could we have Exhibit 12, file number 7137? Where is this, sir?
If you come in that same door, that hallway, if you look right, there's a sunken in family room.
And what is at the back end of this sunken in family room?
There's a staircase that leads up to a single bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 13, 7138? Where is this, sir, in the house?
Those are the stairs leading up to that single bedroom.
Exhibit 14, please, 7140. Now, where is this in the house, sir?
This is that single bedroom on that right side of the house.
What access does this bedroom have to the rest of the house besides going down those stairs to the sunken living room?
None.
Could we have the next exhibit, which is Exhibit 15, 7141? And where is this, sir?
This is the same bedroom.
Could we have exhibit 16, 7152? What part of the home is this?
This is the sunken-in living room. This is the closet door beneath the staircase leading up to that single bedroom.
Did you have the opportunity to look inside that closet?
I did.
Could we have the next exhibit, exhibit 17, 7153? Is this how the closet appeared, sir?
Yes.
Now, can we have exhibit 18, 7165? Where is this, sir?
This is the hallway as you enter through that door. So that door would be to the left, bathrooms to the right, and then the kitchen dining room straight.
Could we have exhibit 20, file number 7235? Now, what part of the home is this?
That door on the left is the front door. So this is, if you're looking away from the dining room, you'd be looking at the stairs upstairs to the main part of the house and the living room straight ahead.
What's at the far end of the living room?
A fireplace and a TV.
And if we could have the next exhibit 21, 7236. Where is this, sir?
That's a close-up look of the living room with the TV, the fireplace, and the bureau.
Exhibit 22, please, Ms. Gilman. File number 7237. What part of the home is this now?
Still right in the living room. It's the stairs leading upstairs to the main part of the second floor of the house. A view into the kitchen and the backyard.
Now, are there any other rooms by the kitchen?
To the left edge of this frame is a small office.
Could we have exhibit 23, file number 7246? What is this, sir?
That's the small office.
And could we have exhibit 24, 7288? Where is this in the home, sir?
That is the second floor bathroom.
And can you describe the second floor layout for us?
If you walk up the stairs to the second floor, the front door would be to your back. You enter a hallway. Straight ahead is a second floor bathroom. There's 2 bedrooms to your left, and there's a primary bedroom to the right that also has a bathroom in it.
Could we have exhibit 25, which is file number 7298? What are we looking at now, sir?
If you were in that hallway coming up the stairs, if you look left, that would be the doors to the 2 bedrooms on your left.
Could we have exhibit 26, file number 7301? Which room is this, sir?
This is the front left bedroom on the second floor.
And who is residing in this bedroom?
The defendant.
And, sir, what is in the drawer next to the bed?
Some sheetrock or drywall from the ceiling.
Could we have the next exhibit 28? Well, actually, I'm sorry, 7301. Could we have 27, 7302? And, sir, where is this?
That same bedroom.
And then could we have exhibit 28, 7309? And what orientation is this, sir?
This is looking at the bedroom door from that same bedroom.
Your Honor, we would object for the reasons stated before.
Excuse me?
We object for the reasons stated before.
Thank you. Preserved.
And then I'd like to have exhibit 29, if I may, Ms. Gilman, 7319. What is this, sir?
A hole in the ceiling in that bedroom.
Now, what is above the ceiling in that home?
An attic.
Did you go into the attic that night?
No.
Now, can we have exhibit 30, 7320? What room is this, sir?
This is the second bedroom to the left in that hallway.
And could we have exhibit 31, 7321? What is this, sir?
That same bedroom.
And who was residing in this bedroom?
The middle child.
And who was residing in the bedroom that was by the sunken living room?
The eldest child.
Could we have exhibit 32, 7259? What room is this, sir?
This is the bedroom to the right, the primary bedroom.
And with this primary bedroom, what was it attached to as far as a bathroom?
There was an attached bathroom.
Could we have exhibit 33, 7269? What is this, sir?
That's the attached bathroom.
And could we have exhibit 34, 7335? Bless you. What's this, sir?
If you're standing in the kitchen looking towards the front of the house, this is the basement door.
And what was on this door as far as child safety locks?
Up top was like a child safety device.
Could we have Exhibit 35, 7336? Where is this, sir?
That's the doorway from the last photo looking down into the basement.
Could we have Exhibit 36, 7340? Where is this, sir?
If you go down those steps and you look right, this is the view of the basement.
And could we have Exhibit 37, which is file 7343? And where is this?
If you go down those steps and look left, this is the view of the basement.
And then could we have Exhibit 38, 7557? Where is this?
Those are the basement steps.
Now, what access did the basement have as far as to the outside of the home?
If you come down those stairs and look right, there's a outside door that leads to the left side of the house.
Did you have the opportunity on January 4th to do any examination outside the home?
Yes.
Could we have Exhibit 39, file number 7077? Where's this in relation to the house, sir?
This is the left side of the house, so that basement door would be just off frame to the right.
And there's a fence there, sir. What's the fence around?
That's leading into the backyard and the in-ground pool.
Could we have Exhibit 40, 7080? And what is this?
View looking into the backyard.
What condition was the pool that night when you were there on January 4th?
It was full of water. The water was dark green and cloudy. It was unseasonably warm that night, and so no ice or anything. And there was no pool cover on it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
There's no pool cover on it.
Could we have Exhibit 41, 7084? Now, where are we in the house, sir?
You're within the fenced-in portion of the backyard, looking at the pool.
And how is the pool different in this photograph than when you were there that night?
It's drained in this photo.
What is, sir, in the left-hand corner, what is that part of the house?
Shed.
Could we have Exhibit 42, 7091? And where is this?
This is in the backyard, a view of the back of the house.
And Exhibit 43, 7092? What about this part, sir?
This is the back left corner, if you're looking at the back of the house.
And, sir, did you have the opportunity to look at that shed as well?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 44, 7097? And did you go inside the shed?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 45, 7390? And where's this, sir?
That's a view inside the shed.
Got a siren going by, sir, and we'll let it go. Sir, did you find anything that night when you were there on January 4th?
No.
And did you have the opportunity to look at any vehicles that night while you were there on January 4th?
Yes.
What vehicle did you look at?
Volvo XC90.
Could we have Exhibit 46, file number 7057? What is this, sir?
That's the Volvo XC90.
And, sir, if I'm going to ask if you can keep your voice up, did you have the opportunity to look inside the Volvo?
I did.
What did you see inside the Volvo that night?
I noticed the trunk portion of the SUV was lined with plastic sheeting that was folded.
And anything else inside the Volvo?
In the trunk, I noticed like a maple seedling, it looks like a V they spin when they fall from the trees.
Now, how long did it take to do this walk around?
About 30 minutes.
And what did you do after the walk around?
I returned to the Cohasset Police Station.
And what did you do when you went back to the station?
I furthered the investigation.
How so?
I checked for any international flights, if Anna had taken any, by putting a flag on her passport.
Yes, sir.
I reached out to the Metro DC police to do a walkthrough of the townhouse down in DC.
Yes, sir.
And I called Anna's sister.
Now, after doing those things, did you ever have the opportunity to return back to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes, that evening.
And why'd you return back to the home?
I brought the fire department back to the house to investigate the pool.
And so, how did you do that, sir?
The fire department brought high-powered floodlights and a pike pole to scrape the pool to see if there's anything inside.
And what did you see happen when they did that?
They found a pool skimmer at the bottom, and then they used that pool skimmer, because it was wider than the pike pole, to scrape the bottom of the pool.
And was anything recovered?
No.
And about how long was this? Did it take to do this checking of the pool?
15 minutes.
And after you did that, what did you do next?
Returned back to the police station.
But what time do you think you got back to the police station?
10:30 or so.
And so did you do anything further on January 4th?
Would have reviewed the notes I had thus far.
Okay. And then what's next in the investigation?
I spoke to Jem the following day.
Okay. So now we're on January 5th.
Yes.
Okay. So walk us through January 5th as far as what you did as the investigation to find Anna Walshe.
I began contacting friends and family, gathering more background information. I created a missing persons bulletin, and I disseminated that to the department internally. I believe it went out on our social media. I sent it to the Mass Fusion Center, the Mass Crime Net, and the South Shore Detectives as a shared distribution list.
And may we have Exhibit 47, the poster? So, sir, this is the poster that you circulated?
Yes.
And I want to ask you about some of the places that you circulated it. You can take it down now, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. You said Fusion? What's that?
The Massachusetts Fusion Center. It's a information sharing system for law enforcement.
And besides them, what other organizations did you share it with?
A Mass Crime Net. It's a distribution list for detectives and investigators.
And then was there a third?
South Shore Detectives.
And so I take it that's just the police departments in the South Shore.
Correct.
So you've circulated the flyer. It's January 5th. Now what are you doing?
I began checking for financial records to see if there were any recent transactions. The phone was pinged the night prior, and we were reviewing the phone location data that day.
Okay. And so you're reviewing phone location data. And in addition to that, do you do anything as far as searching the area that day?
A canine track was conducted a area search with a canine was conducted in the house.
Can you tell us
rear of the house, excuse me.
the rear of the house? All right. So what's the rear of the house like at 516?
It's wooded. If you go through the woods straight back behind the house, you'll reach another neighborhood.
About how far is it between the two neighborhoods?
Less than a quarter mile.
And how is this area search conducted? You said a canine, but what's that entail?
A canine handler and the dog will do a search to see if there's any odors that jump out to the dog, if there's any indication.
Who is the canine handler that worked on this?
Sergeant Reardon.
And what department is he affiliated with?
Cohasset.
And so was anyone else involved in the search at this point in time?
No.
So after the canine search is done, what else do you do on this case on the 5th?
We checked for any Amtrak travel. We had troopers that are assigned to the Logan Airport check each ticketing agency to see if there's any travel for Anna.
And what did you do as far as checking in with any cab companies or anything like that?
I began calling cab companies from Quincy to Plymouth.
Any other ride shares that you checked on?
We checked with Lyft and Uber to see if there were any pickups in that area of town.
And besides checking with the troopers at Logan Airport and cab companies and ride shares, what else did you do on the 5th?
We requested additional resources.
And who did you request additional resources from?
My supervisor reached out to the troopers assigned to the Norfolk County DA's office.
And did you have the opportunity to meet with any of those troopers on January 5th?
Yes.
About what time did you meet with the troopers on January 5th?
About 5 p.m.
Where did you meet with them?
Cohasset Police Station.
And who did you meet with?
Trooper Chico and Sergeant Buchanan.
And what did you do when you met with the troopers on the 5th?
I brought them up to speed on the investigation thus far, and we listened to the audio recording of that first interview.
After that was done, did you do anything else besides just reviewing the recording with the troopers?
We went to the house.
About what time do you think you got to the house?
8:30.
And who went to the house?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Trooper Chico, and Sergeant Buchanan.
Who is Sergeant Hunt?
Cohasset Police Sergeant. He's now retired.
And who is Detective Lieutenant Lopes?
My supervisor.
And the other two were the state troopers.
Correct.
And so who was present at 516 CJC when you arrived on January 5th?
The nanny, Robin Howell, was leaving as we arrived. Present was the defendant, his mother, and his 3 children.
And so what did you do that night as far as dealing with the defendant?
I conducted a second interview.
And who participated with the second interview?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Trooper DeChico, and the defendant.
And where did this interview take place?
That same dining room table.
Where was Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Buchanan?
They were in the living room on the other side of the staircase.
And who was with them?
The defendant's mother.
What access did you have to the living room?
It's an open floor concept, so the only barrier in between those 2 rooms was the staircase.
That interview on January 5th, was it recorded?
It was.
And have you reviewed that interview?
I have.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the interview you had with the defendant that night and Sergeant Buchanan?
Yes.
Your Honor, I will see you enter a drive with the interview from January 5th as the next exhibit, which would be, I believe, 54.
Subject to the earlier objections, any new objections? It'll be marked and admitted as Exhibit 54.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we play Exhibit 54?
You may.
Thank you.
The reporter is on. It is 1956, January 5th, 2023. We're at 516 CJC Highway. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is Trooper
David Chico at my assignment at Northwest DA's office. My name is spelled B-I-C-I-C.
Subject Garrett is at Cohasset Police.
Brian,
Beautiful. Let's circle back to last weekend. Could you start me with in the morning when you woke up? I remember when we talked, I was just going back to my notes and taking everything up. When we talked, I had up until 11. Could you fill me in starting from when you woke up on the first, so it'll be Sunday morning?
baby Brian normally gets out of there for this 7 or around 7ish. So when it's about light, and then I get out. Sorry.
No.
And then I get the day going. I'm supposed to change William and Brian in the morning.
Yep.
I didn't. I'm 50-50 on 100%. So we went down and I made I made French toast for when their day is off. I make French toast and I made French toast. I was expecting to see my mother later. So the kids and I played with all the gifts and things that we had at the house. And then Robin showed up at 2. And then I had to go out to get a little orange juice and milk and things like that. So I went to Shaw's. And then I went to off a good bit late to see my mother. And then we went to Whole Foods and CVS, and then I came back. And that was pretty much the whole day.
Before that, I listened to the your interview, and you said that I think you said at the beginning that Brian had woken you at about 6 when she was leaving.
She kisses me goodbye normally. Yeah.
So you did wake up and you did.
I knew, yeah. I didn't get out of bed or anything. She just said, I gotta go back to sleep.
Okay, no other conversation.
That's pretty much what I had to go to. We've got into a routine. I used to get up with her, and then I would be too. I was too broke for the kids. So.
And then, but your son also saw Hannah before you left.
Yeah, when I came down, I said, "Sorry, Mom, I had to go early," and she said, "I'm actually fighting."
This is like you got about 7 years old.
Yeah, I came down at 7. He was on the couch playing with his iPad.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's
to clear that because it wasn't kind of completely.
No, I understand. Nothing's clear anymore.
Can you talk about what she was wearing? Like when she left, if you remember?
I'm sorry. I really. She never dressed on hair. For underage. I guess her stuff was down here. Sometimes she keeps it in her So sometimes, because she's getting herself ready in underwear normally. So I know she always got a black dress normally or something on. That's her standby, or she had one of her flowery dresses. But I don't know what she was on that day. I do know that she had to have worn her short black coat because I was listening. She wore her hunters, which is odd. Normally she wears fancier shoes to leave.
And what color are the boots again?
They're blue gray or something like that.
And the pocketbooks, stuff like that?
Yeah, she had a Louis Vuitton bag.
Yeah.
She had her black bag, I think with Prada on. But she has like 5 or 6 Prada bags.
Confident that she took that with her, like that hasn't turned up at the house here.
The only thing that turned up was when you were here last night at Tiffany sunglasses.
Sunglasses.
Yeah, she did not take that.
And were you able to track down where she left those, or where
Where she left her
it
sunglasses?
was Thomas that found them? No, William.
Brian had gone. Brian was playing with them. Maybe Thomas found them. I think they were right there because they go in there and start like taking stuff. So.
Okay.
Sorry if I sidetracked.
No.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
No, it's totally is not a normal thing at all. And the reason why I didn't call sooner, one was that when she leaves, if she was coming here and she was 5 minutes late, I would freak out. And the week before, she was late for Christmas because she, as I said, she worked late for December 24th.
Yeah.
So I was like, "Are you coming? You're missing." I emailed her and I called people, and she's like, "Hey, I missed the flight. I was canceled. I'm driving up." So I didn't have the phone, and she wasn't coming, so I held off. And then I should have told her right Tuesday, and I don't know.
Go ahead. Sorry. So going back to Sunday, you didn't have your phone for the duration of Sunday, is that correct?
I didn't have the phone was I think it was bed the whole time.
Okay.
Because Thomas found it. Robin, the day that you just met, was up there, and then Thomas, I guess, they went in the garbage to look for it because I guess Big Brother thrown on his phone away a while ago in the garbage. So they were out in the garbage, and then they came back, and Thomas went upstairs to play with Williams, and it brought the phone down. I think Robin was there. So. And that's when I called, when I did that phone back call. That's when things I got, normally not. You can call, it's been a while, you've had some nasty, I don't know what's going on.
Right.
So she didn't give me the exact what was going on with the emergency. Normally, she updates me. She's had several emergencies with the FBI, so crossing at one point, that was her building. Huge leaks in Mazda, or TJ Maxx was going to leave, and then this from a resident that she was dealing. So anytime she had one of those big, she debriefs me on it pretty quick.
Yep. When was it that you got your phone back?
I called on at like 2:30 or 3:30 on Monday. So it was a Monday.
You said 2:30 to 3:30?
So yeah, I think it was 2:33 because at the moment I got it, I called.
2:33.
Yeah.
Going back to the morning of the 1st, you do French toast, you run some errands, OJ milk.
Yeah, that was later in the afternoon. And during the morning it was we had the French toast, and then we'll play with a bunch of toys from Christmas. They were gonna watch a movie and things like that.
You went to see your mother?
Yeah, after something around her floor.
Did you take the boys and go?
No. They stayed with Rob.
They stayed.
Yeah, they stayed with Rob. But I was considering if Ivana was here, maybe we were all gone, and I was gone, and some of the things changed, switched up. But we had Rob in pool.
Okay. So what vehicle did you drive up?
Did I drive on?
Yep.
No, I drove.
Where's that now, if you don't mind me asking?
A bunch of people come to visit and support, so I couldn't get in, so I parked right out there. Yeah.
Okay, all right. The pickup truck, who's that then?
That belongs to Rob.
Okay, and then so.
That belongs to my mother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then we got other cars here in the press.
How long were you visiting with your mom?
A few hours.
It's the Swampscott.
Yeah.
Excuse me, address.
330 Paradise Road.
Sounds like Anna had a really stressful job.
Just to be clear, her experience was that she was over her head, and it was huge. It was the job of her dreams, and she got like 2 or 3 times the money that she had been making before.
Yeah.
And she was worried to a certain extent that she was over her head, and she kept talking about that. And then being away from the family was very difficult too.
Yeah, that's a lot. And what did she do prior to this job?
She worked for Jen, who was here on New Year's Eve. Yeah, she was his. He runs a real estate company, and she was her operations officer.
So it's just a similar job, just larger scale, more money.
Yeah, I mean, it's a way larger scale, multi-billion-dollar company, and it was a lot. It was over unbelievably a lot of money.
I know that in the previous conversation I had with Professor Schmidt last night, you mentioned that the distance, the issues that you're having on your this job, you caused some depression.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, I'm just going to ask, pointed question there. Has she ever talked about suicide?
No. She never said that. She talked to Jen for an hour and a half. I know you spoke to her about how the year has been, and she was really unhappy about the trial and things the court case taking longer, us not being able to be together. And she kept saying I could come back, and she's like, well, I can only have $100,000 a smaller job. And I was like, no, we've made these huge sacrifices for you to be there at the townhouse. We'll stick it out. She was going to see a psychiatrist when she first actually brought that up. But I spoke to Jim about it today. He spoke to me back today, and he basically said, hey, it's fine. It doesn't mean there was any problem. When she had a problem, and she's going to do it in a healthy way. So that was his experience.
Okay. So no past thought of it, no past attempts of it.
No
Nothing like that.
No.
Is the marriage okay? Have you guys talked about separating or?
No, not at all. I mean, we've been separate, so it's been sad for us. We love spending time together and think about when the kids grow up, what time we have together. So during the pandemic, with all the family, my best friends, it wasn't like that. We really enjoyed each other's company. So, our friend, my mother was like, what do you think about Anna? And we're just the friends. It looks like they enjoy each other's company. I keep bringing that up to her all the time, but that wasn't. That was the problem. Also, I mean, it's just the idea of separation for her, who comes from like a family that her mother and father met for 47 years, and for me, coming from a divorce family, I would like that. It just really wasn't. I mean, I don't think so. At least for me, that was my experience. And maybe she wasn't telling us something. What was that possible? But for me, I just couldn't imagine it.
You mentioned that in the past years ago, you lived together in DC, right?
We lived together, yeah, we did.
And then there was some problems, like I think 2013, and you came here.
Yeah, I came back to Boston. I was like a DC working, and then she, a few months later, she basically said, okay, she came to Boston.
So that was just in like DC?
Yeah, I mean, it was, I guess, no, that's not a fair statement. But like DC, just, it was, I wasn't ready for such a serious relationship at the time, and I was uncomfortable in a new town. So obviously there was more layers to it. And I wasn't used to what a relationship meant. And, I was just like a solo operator, and now I wasn't. And that was difficult for me. I struggled with that. So I think that was it. And then Anna realized that she wanted to be with me, and that being in Boston was fine. So, and then, things. And I was happy to live anywhere we bring as I have for. But that was, you grow up with.
And I don't ask this to everybody, is there any extramarital between you or?
No, not at all. Certainly not with me. And, not that I have any information. Anna was like, everyone called me recently. They're like Anna worked all the same story that I had is the same story Alyssa and Bella and Wolf Fast and gave me, is that she works all the time and she flies home to see you guys, and she comes back and she's constantly working. She said that she would like eat in her bed and pass out a lot. So that was everyone else's experience. So yeah, I would be surprised of that. When we were younger, when we were first dating, we were seeing other people. But that was 12 years ago, more.
So your experience, you had no suspicion that she seeing someone else and
No.
like that?
No.
Vacation that was going on?
No, not at all. I mean, obviously, we were apart, but we spoke a lot. That's why, people were like, don't worry if you haven't spoken to her. But we spoke all the time. We speak in the morning and in the evening. So and everyone, you know, if she had rings, talk about her husband and her kids. I mean, that just seems weird, having an affair.
She have close friends here. I know she spent a lot of time in DC, and when she came here, she'll talk with you, family most of the time.
Yeah.
Does she have someone that she would spend time with here, like a girlfriend? Or...
Yes. So there's Rima, a very good friend of hers, Valera. She is the head of HR for the Park Plaza Hotel.
How do you spell Ryan?
I know how to spell the first name, not the last name. Rayma, Rayma. So Rima, and then Ferrer, which I'm not as familiar with.
Picky, yeah.
Ferre, Ferrer.
And you said head of Park Plaza?
Yes.
And anyone else?
Yeah. So Rima so when she was here, she spent most of her time with us. I'm trying to think who else were people that she would lead. Rima was the biggest. Jam, obviously. So I'm trying to think.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Yeah.
I'm not distracted. Rima, Jam. Who else did she hang out with? Well, Peter Purdy was here.
Peter came by?
Yeah, Peter came. He didn't. I was like, I'm fine. He showed up anyways. Because like he needs support. So that's Allis's brother. He lives in Marshfield. So we're pretty close with them.
So you know Peter and...
Peter and Anna went to, they had a leadership training together.
Okay.
And
was Jim part of that as well?
Jim was part of my leadership training.
Oh,
So that's how a lot of us know each other.
Peter Kirby and leadership training.
Yeah, and she was what we call, her group was B2 and my group was B3. We raised over $200,000 from the pandemic for local schools.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
That's part of leadership training is the community service projects.
Okay.
Something Jim and I continue to do.
What do you think? What do you think?
First it's been like I feel like it's a bad dream. I'm having to wake up, and it's gonna be a low. I'm having kind of a hard time like sleeping or thinking, and then the fact that my mother and the investigative team in DC, it was now they don't believe she went back to DC, and Jam and Della are like, where else did she go? I was like, I mean, I have no idea. I mean, like if you said she went to New York or Mars, anyone could possible, because I have no idea where else she would go. And I talked to Candace today, who's a friend of ours, and I said she's not someone that would ever go haywire like that. But just like Della might say anything to anyone or take a large sum of money from one of the accounts and just leave you. But she wouldn't leave us or her kids. I mean, it's not possible.
What do you guys do for banking? I know she's got the JetBlue card.
Yeah, so I everything's in her name the way I set it up. Like my grandfather's taught me, make sure your life is always taken care of. And with my legal problems, it's been solved. And also, she always pays things on time, and I do not. So
With like bank institution stuff like that.
yeah, so she's got Liberty Bay. She's got one Marblehead Grand Bank. Grand Bank, and one she's Apple Credit Union in Virginia, which she's got for probably all the money goes there. And then we go to Chase cards. We have the Fidelity, which something happened. Something happened with the Fidelity card, which was in Belgrade. So that hasn't been used though.
Is that like canceled?
It was. I think we might have new ones, but we haven't used that one. And then the JetBlue, which is the only one that I view. I don't view good bank accounts. I don't deal with those, but I just view all the investment accounts and all of the.
Obviously, we want to contact banking institutions.
Yeah.
Hey, activity is going on.
Sure. I would. Yeah. I would.
Have you been monitoring this?
I'm monitoring the Chase. The Fidelity, nothing's been going on, but the Chase. I use the Freedom card. And I think she did a green card in Belgrade. It doesn't have foreign transaction fees, so I was like, so I called her to go use the card there. So then she switched to the other Chase, and then she got to JetBlue because she's like, hey, I want these 80,000 points. So that was the last credit card conversation we had 6 weeks ago, or something, 4 weeks ago.
Okay. When's the last time you checked the activity on these card accounts?
I had to check today because the Freedom was for a company I work with, Fresh Bowls, which is a sports car or elderly company. So they buy from their whatever the vendor, we put it on the credit card, and then they pay us back. So that's one of the. So I'm always checking that card.
Okay. Any suspicious activity on that?
No,
Any transactions you don't recognize?
there's nothing I don't recognize. No.
Okay. As far as traffic, has Anna done any like domestic travel in the United States in the past year or two? Like anywhere?
It's been DCA the Boston's, and then I forget if she went to Chicago or New York. She went to Chicago to meet the head brass at Tipton. Then she went to Belgrade, and but that was it. No, she was complaining about travel since my bigger problem. So we were looking to do something at some point.
So Chicago for what?
Yeah.
What was the destination that she really wanted to go to?
Oh, Japan. She kept saying, "We wanted me to take her to Japan." I said, "Yeah, absolutely." It was
On my list.
I had done a lot of business there years ago. I said, "It's good, but you love half the Japanese food." So,
Going back to her phone, you guys have a Halo plan or you had?
okay, so we have a family plan. When she got the job at Tipton, trying to decide what to do, which is at 11, she wanted to take her phone over, so she ported it over, and then she left the family plan that we have.
So you have no access to like her
I have no
record.
No, but Tipton must, right? So
Yeah, well, that's
they're not. Oh, I thought you had the. We're talking about.
We've been talking with them, but they're a big company, so getting information from the bigger
Oh,
companies.
really?
So, yeah.
Oh, I thought they were
So
going to hand it right over.
They always have too many corporate attorneys.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
Yeah, if she was on the family, I mean, I'm so if she was on the family time, I could just hand it right over to you guys right now. Yeah, all the phones, mother and my co-brother and me, Otto on it. So
Okay.
Anna was married in the past.
she was, yes.
What's the relationship like with her?
They only talk anymore.
How long ago was that marriage?
I guess she must have gotten divorced in 2012, and it only like the last 3 years. So
So they don't have knowledge or?
I keep asking, does we have like Marge like you won't talk to her. They were talking a little bit, but once we started advocating, that was it.
What do you mean? I'm sorry, you said you keep asking. What?
I said if you want to talk to Mark, it's been a long time. We had a good relationship. I mean, it wasn't a bad person. He's doing now stuff. But she said that every time she's reached out to him, he hasn't got back in touch with her. But he lives in D.C. or that's worded that.
What's his name?
Mark Knipp.
Mark Knipp.
Yeah, it's spelled Knipp, Knipp. One of the chase cars is under that Mary's name. We don't use that one. That's the first one she got with him. But she never changed her name so it's on a Knipp on the card.
But it's still an active credit.
It's an active card, but we ever use it. There's $229 credit on it. No one used it the last 6 months. So.
You know you can carry a large amount of cash with her?
So we've discussed this occasionally. But I mean, there's been times where she only had $50, but they're like she had $10,000 when she came back from Belgrade. She brought it for a lawyer who's Serbian who lives in. We went there. It was in I'm sorry, it's by Hawaii, near Boston, Winthrop. It was in Winthrop, so we took it over. So that would be a lot of money for her, but she has had $2,000 to $5,000 at times. But
For her personal use?
no, she just carried it if we had cash from Fresh Bowls, or if there was some money I could give to put in there. But then she would forget, so that there were times that she'd be carrying a lot of cash. But I don't know if she had a lot of cash on her this time, though. I don't go through the moment, so. But there are times where I said it anyway, and she's only at $50. But she always dresses like she had a long MAGA on her.
There was no financial control of the month.
No, actually, we're doing better than ever right now. We're facing restitution charges, but with the new job and with real estate and worked out, we're really in good shape.
Did you guys have any arguments or anything on New Year's Eve?
No,
New Year's Day?
no, I wasn't enough time on New Year's Day to have an argument, but New Year's Eve, but everything was fine. You know, we were excited. You know what she wrote. You know, Peter saw what she wrote for like making it was really positive, and Jen was here, and there was you know, it was fun. Like 2022 was a hard year, but 2023 is going to be the best ever. And it's just not. Yeah, no, we were there. Oh.
You guys have had major arguments in the past, anything like that?
So the biggest, and yes, I mean, the integrity is, we don't argue this, but we're very aligned with almost everything that we do. We really have a lot of the same tastes, and ultimately we defer to each other with what the other person is good at. But the biggest argument we had in 2022 was when she had to go to Belgrade for 2 weeks, and that was 2 weeks of vacation. And I was like, I don't know, could you hear the boys for 2 weeks? So I have to go to Belgrade. So yeah, that was our biggest argument, and I couldn't get in touch with her. My mother wanted me. I didn't get in touch with her for the first few days in Belgrade because the phone didn't have international. So I was upset about that. So that was the only other kind this year that didn't have you know, contact with her daily.
So you can only have data thought there for them?
Yeah, once.
What's the longest you go no contact?
The 3 days in Belgrade, and there was the last week or December. There's some point for December where it was like 24-hour gaps, which was really not normal. And then when she was supposed to be here and she wasn't, and I was like, you know, obviously, person's report you're missing. Where are you? But like 24 hours, about 36 hours would be a lot of time. But I was making a big deal out of it over the last couple of months, and everyone told me to relax about it, and then I did. So I feel good to it.
When you guys did communicate, what was the conversation like?
What?
Just any signs, like during the last couple of months when she's been traveling.
Oh yeah.
To work.
I mean, well, yeah, it's been like, you know, she always says, "Hey, hello," and this is what I'm doing today. The boys are out. You know, sometimes I would send photos of the kids. She would send me photos of what she's doing. We'd have a recap shoot. And anyway, and now I'm tired. The kids are going crazy. She's like, "Oh, there's no food because I do all cooking normally." So I say, "I'm going to cover to get something to eat." And you know, it's just a recap of this. Normal as if we were together. Yeah, as if we were together without being in person. But there were some nights that I remember December 9th, on the 3rd, 4th, 2nd, 1st, where we didn't have those calls because I think I'd been sick and she was tired. So we'll go to bed. The kids said that we go to bed like, "And you guys are not coming." I was going to go to bed. I didn't sleep well last night, so I was going to try to get some sleep tonight. So it's not uncommon for us to do.
Is there any mental health issues at all with Anna? Does she have any indicators to you that something is amiss there, or any diagnosis?
No, not for me. My mother might have a different opinion, certainly, but yeah, she's like that. Well, I guess probably pushy. That's the word, pushy, and not a mental health. Yeah, issue. Sorry. No, I mean, probably, if I really couldn't think of anything. I mean, she'd never, you know, thought about psychiatry or even discussed it until recently.
Has she ever been violent or anything like that?
No, well,
Have you guys ever had a physical confrontation?
no, none of that stuff.
You know, it's for us coming in here. It's tough because we want to find out as quickly as possible. We don't know her, and you know,
Yeah.
there's many common reasons why people go missing. I'm trying to get the answers to those questions.
Well, please feel
as we can.
Please feel free to ask any questions that you have. Don't worry about we'll extend a year here to find out, and you're looking for her.
Well, all right. I mean, one of the reasons someone goes missing is because they were abused or injured or assaulted. Did you do anything to hurt your wife?
No, that's it. I wouldn't hurt my wife. I mean, I love my wife. All we want is to have her back. This family doesn't work without her. I mean, we can't function without her.
You guys never had a physical fight, nothing like that before?
No, not at all.
I mean, look, there's no mental health, there's no financial problem. Deutsch from America, there's no physical abuse. The only stress I'm hearing right now is the work.
Being separated.
Separation.
Yeah.
impression from the combination of those two.
Yeah. Also, her mother being ill, she had a major neurological event last year, and that's why I thought she had to go to Belgrade. So the big pressure for that. My mother has had some health problems. So, and then the kids, it all adds up. I mean, I want you to know, up until looking at it now, it's nothing from me over this, but it seemed like a lot a week ago.
Okay.
Being apart, the mother's not being well, the legal problems, the kids growing and you're worried about them. All of those things seem like a lot. Now
So you were there.
I think, well, we've discussed them. Like I was like overwhelmed by the 3 children and she was missing. It was a really bad situation. We discussed splitting them up. Like Tom would go with her and I go, it does. Well, why did they all take hands? And I was like, how's that going to be for your job there? I mean, we did not have a good solution. I mean, it up until, it felt untenable until right now. Go back to that matter, it better be very easy to make sure because they still, their partner will be doing right now until they get out.
Where would you go to look for it? I mean, if you could go anywhere right now, where do you go to look for it? You have a favorite place? Yeah.
We just with Dell and everyone, we were exhausted. We do all the hotels and the hospitals, and the favorite restaurant in DC, which was near the house. There were investigators waiting there all day, and people or something like that. You said maybe we should go there, but I don't know. Anna was not someone who would just want to go out, and she was adventurous, but not that adventurous. When she had a layover in Frankfurt, I think, and I told her to her flight was delayed, so I said, go into town. She said, I don't know. She's not someone who would want to do it by herself. That would be, she would always want to do it with me or at least someone else. I like to think it would all do with me, but obviously, but I wouldn't be something, she would just go off on her own, like my father would travel by himself and seem to eat and things like that. So that was not my experience of Wana.
And this tough week last week, you don't think it rises to the level of wanting to hurt herself or anything like that?
I just can't. I personally can't imagine that. But she did. I remember I talked to Alyssa about it today. She has a friend, Carrie Westbrook, and I guess she was going to go see her. They've been good. They came up at the end of Washington together. I don't know what happened. She was trying to get there, but SIM card broke, and she was exhausted, not feeling well. I saw her. She was on FaceTime by her because the SIM card was broken. And I was like, I guess maybe I was waiting on some stuff, and she's like, hey, and we're waiting, I'm not doing very well. It's the first time she's ever said that. I say that all the time, I'm not doing well, but it was the first time she ever said that to me. So that was new, and Jen said that she seemed different, but I didn't know the extent that you're talking about. But this extent is, this is just unbelievable.
Was that before or after Christmas?
It was before Christmas. No, SIM card went down after Christmas because she got in touch with me very quickly, so I wouldn't freak out.
Well, I know you said you're willing to, do whatever you can to help the investigation. We thank you for the part of that, I think, is trying to understand Anna. And I think if you would allow us to look through your phone and send to us, downloading your phone, seeing some of the communications between you and her and like her Talmud, who you said in the interview that she said that she may have your phone occasionally to receive stuff.
Yeah.
I think it'll help us really create a permanent timeline of the events of the 1st and the 31st and the 1st, like maybe get a better insight into Anna. Is that something you'd be okay with?
No, so just to be clear, you want to download everything on my phone?
We will download, the extraction will download all Hodgkin's phone, yes.
Oh, that's a lot.
What we're focusing on though is what we're interested in. Yes, it downloads it. We're interested in looking at Indiana and finding information specifically in there that would help us do that. The Anna specific content.
That's a huge amount of personal information, gentlemen.
It's a big end, but there's a lot online.
No, there is also.
You know what I mean?
What's your concern? I don't know, are there legal issues?
That's one of them. I would, I guess my request would be, I'm willing to do anything, but my only request would be like, you know, because Tracy might have called me today about what's going on, and
Who is that?
Tracy Miners who's representing me.
Okay.
So she said, before you do anything like this, you have to talk to me. I want to do everything I can to support this 100%, but I gotta call her about it.
She said before you go anything, like turn off the phone or anything.
No, like before you do anything else. I mean, you know, she always wants to be here to talk to our folks, and I said, well, I'm going to talk to them and give them money that they want. But I just I have to ask her quickly about that. I'm sure it'll be fine, or she might say, okay, can we just do the information that he's asking for?
Well, that's all we would be interested in. We'd be interested in your communication with Anna and dates, stuff. You know, the 31st and the 1st, we presents. We're not interested in your other tasks, right?
No, I understand.
And, you know, that would be the extent I believe you. We, you know, that you're represented by counsel in that matter. I don't, you know, I'm not legal, despite being a police officer, I'm not a legal expert, but talk to your attorney when I leave that by a search warrant to that stuff they used against you, you know, and that's not what they're looking to, you know.
How long would it take for you to download it?
It would take, once we hook it up to the machine, which is in Anthem, it would take, depending on how many gigabytes a day, a lot.
You know, I'm going to get it going.
It's a small one.
Then, I don't know, it could be 30 minutes, 30 to an hour.
Okay, so now tell me
That's about an hour for download. Saying it's, I think it would be useful to our investigation.
Okay.
Helpful.
All right, well, I want you to know that I'm absolutely, that is my intention.
Sure.
And my only request is just talk to Tracy and let her know that that's what I want to do. At least let her give me what my exposure would be in life.
Right.
So,
Just so you're aware, the need peace of mind, we don't have the crime, we're not investigating the crime. This is a missing person.
No,
This is
I understand.
We're here at a community care taking promotion.
No,
Just so we're abundantly clear.
I'm fully aware of that, and no, I appreciate it, and I want you to know I'm not going to. I'll be very quick with it, and if Tracy and I would talk in the morning, then what would be the process? I would just give you the phone, or I would come to Canton, or I need to be away for. I do a lot of work on the phone as well as there.
Well, we can come get it, and we got attention to do it here.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
We have a portable device.
Okay.
We'll bring it here, do a download. Guy who works in my office that does it officially. Send him over.
Okay, great. So, you guys, Lee gentlemen, I don't like request to give you a moment to talk to Tracy about
I
it.
know it's taking you from French.
No. I even know, but I don't. I'm only interested in finding out, and I don't care what it takes. But I just have to make sure that you know, that I listen to all the advice I have come my way to. I do apologize, but I most likely will be able to do that, and I'll be able to do it tomorrow. And that is my intention. And my
Is there any, what possessions do we know that she did on add on her person? What's in her wallet? Like, I know she had a wallet. She didn't bring her sunglasses.
she has a ring in her wedding band, which is diamonds. Good. So she's got the engagement ring, the wedding band, and then she has she bought some she had a ring and a necklace, a match that she bought in Serbia. Then she had her luggage, the Prada, and she had a Prada bag or usually a Prada bag, and then what else did she have? She would have a Rolex or Hermes watch, and
Rolex or what?
the Hermes, the Hermes, Hermes watch. She would have she had some small diamond earrings.
She was just wearing all that when she left.
I think she had I forget if she had the Rolex or the Hermes, but it was the Hermes watch she had.
That she read.
Yeah.
It's not getting out.
Yeah, so she because everything got, everything's at Washington DC.
All her, what's in Washington?
All of our stuff's in Washington DC, like 2% of stuff.
But this stuff here came with her. This
Yeah, all this came with it.
It's just a short black jacket, is that right?
Yeah.
But you don't know what kind of pants or shoes wearing?
I'm not sure. And the Hunter boots was weird. The only way she wears is her like leather boots, like Prada boots. That's what she wears. So, so that was like weird. But when there is the letter was to us, who was there?
Did she leave any belongings here, like toiletries?
Yeah, she's got a couple things in the up in the bathroom that's mixed with all of our stuff, and then she has her pajamas and his underwear and different clothing. She's got a drawer over in. Remember I took you upstairs in those blinds room?
Yep.
Yeah, one of the drawers there. She's got all the clothing.
Okay.
But so she has enough clothing to last for a day or two, and then she has and then she brings some stuff. So.
Have you had a conversation with Thomas about what exactly you saw that hearing?
Yeah, it's all, it was 6-year-old was.
What do you got, buddy?
Did you just make some art? Oh, that's so nice.
What do we have?
Yeah, you want to explain it?
Is it okay with you?
Oh, yeah.
Make sure it's this. I asked Thomas some questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, well,
I like this.
not bad for some, better than I could do. But, the gist was that, and Thomas, when there's action, he loves it. So it must have been his mother came down and then said, "I gotta go," and then whatever. I love you. I will see you soon. And then she left. And first he said she went to a taxi, and then I said, "Is the car up here?" And he said, "No, it's all the way down there." So I said, "You didn't see the car?" He said, "No." And I'm like, "Okay." And then I was like, "So yeah."
That's pretty much what I want to ask him. Exactly.
Yeah. So it's yeah.
See if we get the same answer.
Yeah, of course. So
Saw a vehicle that she got into the lobby seat. Helpful. Doesn't sound like he did, but we'll ask him again.
yeah, and he kept saying it was a taxi, and I was like,
I know you mentioned. I can't remember. Did she normally take Uber or Lyft?
Normally it's Uber, but she has Lyft as well. I know that.
Have you guys ever called like the local taxi company before?
I have. I called John's Taxi or something several times. I forget what it was, but I would pull it up and I would call I would call in the mornings and I used to book it on time. So it's very hard to get. You had to get like 5 in the morning. Right.
How did you normally get to the app?
Yeah, Uber.
Uber?
Yeah. Did you guys get in touch with Uber?
That is one of the people that are getting back.
Wow. Because we've called as well, and they but not. But like I said, it's they said, "I'm sorry, I can't do that." Right. But that's like Jim and Della are like, "Well, Uber's up to find out when to Uber to." And I was like, "That would be helpful, yeah."
And that's under her name, like
Absolutely, yeah.
not a business account or anything. Like
No,
that.
all of the apps and stuff are on your
It would be under like her.
Oh, Titian Spire? Or oh no, I don't think so.
Something like that.
No, the last thing built was that credit card.
Okay. It's a pain to change names over in all your accounts, so sometimes you just leave it alone.
Yeah, well, she when we met, she moved to Schmidt, and then when we got married, she moved to Schmidt and Walshe. But I don't think there's anything left. Maybe chips, but maybe in Belgrade there is. And she doesn't have a Serbian passport.
Okay.
She's Serbian.
She does, yeah.
Is she in the US also?
Yes,
Also, she's-
yes.
Where does she keep the Serbian passport? Where does she carry around with her?
Yeah, she'd have. Oh, normally she has a U.S. passport with her. She carries like the Serbian passport. She wouldn't carry it because it's not useful. They won't here in the United States.
I'm just gonna sneak in there. If they're asking, tell them
Yeah,
the
go
questions.
ahead.
I want to ask them the same
Oh,
questions.
yeah.
I just want to see if they're asking them.
What?
What's he working on? It's drawing here.
We have to ask
Can
him.
you decipher for me?
No.
I don't have kids, so I
well.
can't translate the drawings.
Well, he's doing some math for us.
Yeah.
And he's got the happy face and the heart. But then he's got his spooky movie stuff over there.
All right.
And then the colorful heart is new to me. Actually, no, that's not true. He enjoys he was doing a colorful rainbow before, but now he's doing a colorful heart. So the kids have no idea what's going on to there. Having a grand old fun about this. They're so used to over the last 69 or 89 months now, mommy comes and goes.
Yes.
She's like, hey, I'll talk to you later. Like, okay, see you soon. Big chocolate.
What's your schedule like tomorrow?
Pretty good. What would you require or request?
Well, we would like to talk to the kids, but we have a trained professional who just interviews kids. It's not a police officer. It's like a civilian that works with VA's office, and it's not a police station. It's actually at a very nice house in Foxborough near Gillette Stadium.
It's not too far from me, right?
It's probably 40 hours.
Got it.
So it's actually right behind Gillette Stadium on North Street. Yes, that's the road. But it's right behind Gillette generally. And it's a good setup. It's actually just a couple of couches and chairs and toys.
And you want to talk to Brian Henley?
Just bring the kids' golf ball, obviously. The 2-year-old's hit video, right? Yeah, she was not even speaking, I guess, much.
Some word, but William doesn't speak that. I mean, he speaks a little bit. I mean, he's like, I forgot about the phone. So
I think you could bring all the kids and plenty of toys for them to play with. And, we'll see if we're just going to have the person ask him quite a hang about mom. And last eyes, recent conversations they can remember with her. That's pretty much it.
that's all.
And it's really kind of nice, casual, comfortable setting for children. It's specifically designed for that. We actually use it for like children who are pickles, stuff like that. It's really, you'll see down before you talk to anyone. You'll see yourself in the situation. If you can get, I think we can get the kids in tomorrow. If
What time?
I don't know what time yet,
Okay.
but we can call you in the morning.
Yeah, I think, I gotta just, normally I take him to school. So, I would certainly be willing to organize that, and I'll talk to Tracy about, maybe we could do all of it tomorrow.
That's actually, that would be convenient.
Well, I mean, we don't have extra time, I need an urgency, so.
Yeah, I mean, what time are you up? About 7 in the morning, you said?
Yeah, unfortunately.
That's what time my house gets up. So.
Yeah, no, right, how old are your children?
1.5 and 4.
Okay, and so, yeah, the 4-year-old is starting to give you feedback, right?
Oh yeah, he's fresh. He's happy. Let me see if I can get time here.
Yeah, it's usually a really nice woman does the questions. It's just a conversation.
It's fine. If anything that you feel is going to help, I'm willing to do. That's what you need to know, man.
We're trying to re-up in here. You know what
I
mean?
appreciate that. Yeah.
Usually, we just need one little bit and we come.
All right. Great.
So it's typically something will jump out. You know what I mean?
Okay. I love that. Well, Tom's gonna have the time of his life.
If you're the one, I have a problem talking.
Yeah.
I can tell.
I guess there's no one scheduled to be in there tomorrow as far as like children being interviewed. So it's probably wide open.
Okay.
Just gotta see what time the counselor is available to be there. I'm guessing probably pretty flexible, but if you said rather get it done, time is of the essence.
Well, I mean, waiting until Monday makes no sense. It's just we have no time.
Agreed.
So we can we could talk to the warrior and confirm. I'll try to give you like a tentative time. Well, we can just plan on, but I mean, we can tentatively would like 10 o'clock work?
So I have to be here at 9, this month, right?
You'd have plenty of time if you looked at that.
Okay.
Plenty of time.
I know, hi, William. Oh, yeah, it. Was it hello?
Hey, buddy.
Say hello? Yeah. Your iPad? Yeah, I'm going to help you find it, okay? Okay. Made the terrible mistake of giving them iPads at a young age, and now that's where everyone's like. Remember when they didn't have electronics in bed when we were younger?
Well, my boss in Campbell says, give me a time shortly, so before we leave, before they wrap up the day, hopefully you could set something up.
Any other?
Try to think anything else, Matt, before we carry that for you.
I'm trying to think. Any part of the house that we didn't consider looking at, or did she leave anything behind? Like any?
No, but if you guys want to take another look, I mean, certainly open to that. If that's supportive, I know, I know you got to look everywhere.
Right.
I'm not, but it's neutral. So we'll work.
We got a new set of eyes, so I had to just check the
Okay,
box.
yeah,
It's on.
I love that. Yeah.
Is there an attic?
Yes.
Okay, so we didn't hit the attic
No,
last night,
right.
so we definitely want to do that.
Yeah. Okay. It's not one that you can like walk around and.
Right.
We tried that and I broke the ceiling. I fixed it yet.
10 o'clock, anytime Kristen is the name of the council that'll be there tomorrow, and I guess the time works. So 10 o'clock sounds okay to you? 10:30 or?
How long is the session? Because that's an important distinction.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they can go a long time, but
Like an hour?
those are, the long ones are when we're actually have like a specific incident or a crime to dive into. In this instance, it's kind of like more of just like a conversation, out talk, right there. Sense of how mom is and stuff like that, I guess. I think it's gonna be fun. I guess my answer is I don't think it's gonna be terribly long.
Well, do you think it'll be more or less than an hour?
For both of them, I would say an hour.
Okay, so if it's an hour.
Did you have to get back or something?
I'm just trying to figure out timing. I think 10 would probably work out just fine. So.
Okay, so let's plan on 10 o'clock. I'll be here before we leave. We'll find out. Well, I'll talk in the morning.
That's fine.
All right, so you don't mind if we just take?
No.
I haven't been here before.
Yeah. Sure, no problem.
Yeah, do you want me to, I'll knock this.
Yeah.
All right, it is 20:53, Thursday, January 5, 2023, Sheriff's Report.
I'd like to ask some questions about January 5. After that, well, actually, there's people talking in the room. Who are they?
The people talking on that table?
No, there's conversations going on behind you, it sounds like. What's going on there?
Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Buchanan are interviewing the defendant's mother, Diana Walshe.
And after the interview, did you have the opportunity to walk around the residence again?
Yes.
What did you see in the attic?
I went in the attic. The attic's unfinished. There's insulation and exposed floor joists.
But nothing else in there?
Correct.
Did you go back down the basement?
Yes.
What did you see in the basement?
If you go down the steps, to the right is utilities. If you go left, there's like a refrigerator. There's some storage boxes, some trash bags, some cleaning equipment.
Did you do anything with the trash bags?
I kind of manipulated the bag from the outside.
And what did you notice?
I felt like there was a carpet sample or a piece of a rug inside of one.
Did you open the bags?
I did not.
Did you have the opportunity to go outside again?
Yes.
What did you do outside?
We checked the shed, the backyard. I walked around the property again.
And did you do anything with the pool?
We shined our flashlights into the pool again, but it was looked at with the floodlights the night prior.
Now, what about vehicles that night? Did you look at any vehicles?
We looked at the Volvo again.
And what did you do to look at the Volvo?
We went through it more thoroughly.
And did anyone give you permission?
Yes,
Who?
the defendant.
And what did you find in the Volvo?
In the Volvo was a receipt and a cell phone.
And did you ask the defendant about the cell phone?
Yes,
And what did he say about the cell phone?
it was the eldest son's cell phone.
And the receipt, where was the receipt from?
Lowe's,
Was there a date on it?
January 4th.
And do you know which Lowe's?
Weymouth Lowe's.
Now, on January 5th, besides this interview that's recorded, did you have any other conversations with Mr. Walsh?
Yes, we spoke on the phone a few times earlier that day.
Well, let me ask you, when was the first time you spoke to him that day?
Just before 9 a.m. on that Thursday.
And do you remember the substance of that conversation?
I just let him know that we were working on the investigation and we would be in touch.
And when was the next time you spoke to him?
About 3:45 p.m.
What did you talk about in that conversation?
I had called him and left a message. He had called right back, and he asked about media and a PR person. And I had asked about if Anna carried large sums of cash on her. And he said sometimes yes, sometimes no.
What did he ask about a PR person?
He asked if he should get a PR person or talk to the media.
What did you say?
I said that he's free to talk to the media, although I don't recommend it.
How long were you at the Walsh residence that night with the state police?
About 8 p.m. to 10:30 p.m.
What did you do after you left the Walsh residence?
We all went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
What did you do at the Cohasset Police Station?
We began digging into the financial institutions, but given the hour, they were closed and it was tough to get a hold of any record keepers.
So I take it now we're getting into January 6th.
Yes.
What did you do on January 6th as far as this investigation?
A large-scale search ensued. We brought in command posts and we established a staging area.
Who brought in command posts?
The METROLEC command post was present and the Mass State Police command post.
Where were they set up?
Behind Stop and Shop at 400 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
How was the large-scale search done of the area?
There were canines. There was the Metro Search and Rescue Team and the State Police CERT team conducting an area search of that wooded area.
Was anything recovered in that search?
No.
Sir, what was done to try and find a surveillance video in that area?
The neighborhood canvases were conducted.
And how'd you do that?
We requested assistance from neighboring agencies, their detectives, to come in. We'd pair a detective with a trooper, and they go around checking residents and businesses for any sort of security footage.
What was done as far as press conferences on the 6th?
My chief, Chief Quigley, gave a press conference on that Friday.
Did you have the opportunity to speak to any people as far as witnesses on the 6th?
Yes.
Who did you speak to?
Jem Mutlu,
And where did that conversation take place?
the Cohasset Police Station.
And who was with you when that conversation took place?
Trooper DeChico.
That day on the 6th, what was done as far as obtaining any digital devices from the defendant?
We collected on consent some digital devices.
And who went there to get those, if you know?
Lieutenant Fanning,
From what department?
Mass State Police.
When is it the next time you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh? After the interview on the 5th?
I spoke to him on the phone Friday.
The 6th?
Yes.
After that conversation, did you ever speak to him again?
Saturday.
Saturday. Where did that conversation take place?
At the same dining room table in his home.
And who was present for that conversation?
Myself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Proctor, Attorney Minor, and the defendant.
And about what time did that conversation begin on the 6th?
About 2 p.m.
Was anything returned to him on the 6th?
The digital devices that we had on consent.
And were you present for that?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to review the statement from January 7th?
Yes,
And does it fairly and accurately reflect the defendant's statements?
it does. The recorder is on. It is 13:52 on January 7th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt, and I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is
Dave DeChico, I'm with DICICCO.
Joe Proctor, PRO, CTOR, Detective with the Norfolk County DA's office.
Tracy Minor, attorney for Brian Walsh.
And I'm Miranda Walsh.
Perfect. Thank you.
And we've agreed that I get a copy of the report.
Absolutely. I don't know.
We were just talking about the emails and passwords that Anna may use. So staying on that topic, let's just try to go through all methods of communication that you know Anna to use. Of course, we know she has a cell phone. In that cell phone, applications that I know of, she uses to communicate, Viber. And does that generate a separate phone number? Or is that just used for texting like WhatsApp?
Yeah, so she's used WhatsApp as well, but Viber is how she gets in touch with her sister mostly. But she used it a lot when she was in Belgrade.
Did she have any applications on her phone that generated a secondary phone number that you know of?
No.
Did she make any calls through Snapchat or Instagram?
Instagram, she might use Instagram. I don't know much about that. And the Messenger stuff has been people calling her on that. It's been coming on my phone in the last week, so.
And password for Instagram.
Those are the passwords that we use for stuff, the banking. So I don't know if she uses it for that or not.
And Beograd is capital BEOGRAD $1.
Right. She usually uses that for accounts that we were like that she wanted to get me on. So like the credit cards. So maybe the bank accounts. I don't really ever look at the bank accounts, but Netflix and things like that.
Any other methods of communication? Well, Facebook, you have access to.
I don't think I have access to that. Whatever she put in my phone is what I had. But Facebook, Instagram were the ones I knew. Email, text, and phone calls. I mean, I don't know if that's it.
With regard to the financials, we had talked about, you gave us a list, I think it was 5 banking institutions that you guys use. If I remember correctly, it was Fidelity, Chase, Apple Credit Union, Marblehead.
Yeah, Liberty is a credit union or something, and they have one of their locations right here in England. Or is that a credit union in Virginia?
Is it Liberty Bay or Liberty Bank?
Liberty Bay. Yeah.
Didn't she recently open the account in DC?
I think she's using her Apple credit union.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Capital One?
No, I had a credit card from Capital One.
So you wouldn't have access to
No,
that?
definitely. No, not for now. No.
All right, let's.
The money that was moved from the sale of the house to at escrow or 1031 exchange.
Yeah.
And I think what else? I mean,
And where is that account in escrow? All right, circling back to that one.
yeah,
But I think you said, what was that, about $250,000?
yeah. So 200,000.
And is that those are the proceeds from the sale of Real Street?
Yeah, yes. 10 December 20.
December 29th, on the sale after the vote.
That's when the money hit. Yeah.
And what is the property that Shane was slated to go into?
Well, there wasn't anything chosen yet. There was possibilities in Baltimore, but there was also talk about something here in Massachusetts.
Okay.
But Baltimore, I think, was the main focus.
Yeah, you guys haven't.
No, there has been nothing.
You have a couple other properties in there?
2 in Lynn, none in Revere.
Excuse me. Yeah. And any other assets?
There's what's in Belgrade. There's a condo there, probably a small bank account that her and her mother share.
That would be like an account, a bank developer.
Yeah.
Is the condo in Belgrade in her name or is it her
It's in
mom's?
small mom's name. There's a piece of property across from the condo in Belgrade that her and her sister inherited from her father. And then there's her, it doesn't sound like she's international, but then there's the country house, which is about 45 minutes out of Belgrade. That's in her mother's name. It was never in her father's.
And these are all, the assets we talked about in the U.S., those are all joint.
Everything's on the name.
Well, all right, fair enough. Is there any business dealings, properties that she's pursuing on her own without your?
Is that my knowledge?
Well, without your knowledge, you wouldn't know, but without your input, so to speak, like she's kind of like, this is my project, I'm doing this, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I'll handle this.
No, that's not how our marriage works at all. If she was doing something like that, then I would have zero information about it. No, we talked about everything, when she was looking for the dog, she was looking for a new car, all these things.
So her business, like, obviously very different for Spire and was great. But that's a little bit. That was my.
Only, my company, Let's company. Yeah, it's a cybersecurity training company, and that's a new company that we're working on with my business partners. So that's what I do when I'm watching the kids and doing other stuff. So that's my main focus and building it up over the last 2 years.
Is that ground running?
It's off the ground running. It's not profitable yet, but we're looking to go cash flow positive this year.
Cybersecurity
Training, yeah, human-based cybersecurity training.
So was that available to that too?
We work with a psychologist or a workplace psychologist who's my business partner as well. And we come in and train high functioning teams like yourself in multi-team systems. Right now, you're reaching out to all sorts of different teams, and the ability to work cohesively with another high functioning team is very important, especially for cybersecurity and for cybersecurity breaks. So, and it's all about incident response.
Any major financial losses with that?
No, not at all. No, in fact, we're looking to close a large deal with the UK government. We've got 5 to 6 possibilities, and we have a partner in the UK called QA, where they sell a lot of trainings to private and public companies over there. So it's been moving pretty quickly for a small startup.
Other businesses, they have anything into that they're sold.
That's the main focus. Yeah.
The trading card business.
Yeah, there's the fresh pulls, but that's not really a focus. It's just it's a mutual friend of Anna and I who asked for support. We've been doing that over the last year or two, but looking to unwind out of that as fast as possible. I just wasn't terribly interested in, and I was happy to support Jesse, but also I don't see the financial benefits of that.
Is there a lot of investment on your end to start that up?
Yeah, I mean, we helped them out with definitely a good amount of money, $50,000 or so dollars.
Plan to recoup that money or plans to profit from the business?
Yes, yeah, the focus is to recoup that and actually to use that money for restitution.
What were the startup costs for the cybersecurity business? Was that a huge?
Let's say $80,000 over 2 years.
That's on track.
We have a government contract now that's going to pay us $40,000 this year, and it's for over 5 years. So things go well, and then we haven't closed any of the UK deals. But once that happens, we would be cash flow positive. Both my partners and I are not taking any salaries out of those yet, though.
Is it the same partner from the trading card business?
He's invested.
Dissolving.
No,
Dissolving or
no. I'm not partners. No, no. I'm just yeah, it was a support system for him, and we're friends. So I saw opportunity during the pandemic. Things have really cooled off in that market, and that's why I'm looking to unwind. And hopefully, he got rid of one of his partners, and now he and someone else are going to run it themselves. When they're bringing on a couple other people, just wasn't for me. He's invested over $100,000 in the business, and he hasn't taken any money or salary for the last 18 months, and he's looking to make another investment in the business possibly.
No idea the trading card business.
Oh yeah, neither did I. They have some boxes like $10,000. It's kind of insane.
So is the plan for the new partners? Is that how you were going to recoup your $50,000?
Unclear at this time, but he is bringing on someone who's got a huge amount of inventory, which is what they didn't have, and that's going to off the sales of that, I can remove my money definitely.
You've got restitution. What is the timetable for that to be resolved?
We don't have time.
That's what
I have been pressing to get as much paid as possible, as soon as possible, but we don't have any deadlines.
So is the case of harvesting how that works?
I would like as much restitution as possible to be paid prior to sentencing.
Yeah.
At sentencing, whatever money has not yet been paid, he will have a time period to pay it, set by probation. It's usually 3 to 5 years, typical.
Okay.
But it's always beneficial, everybody, to the defendant, to pay off things as quickly as possible. So that's always my goal, but there's no timetable imposed.
What's the total dollar, the restitution, that's settled? That's still like this part.
About par 450,000.
But we've already paid, what, close to 200,000?
I'll never pay that much.
What's up?
That much. It's a little complicated because Brian's mother put up bail money of 75,000 that she has pledged towards restitution. So once he's going to get that back, but she's not getting it back, it's going towards restitution.
Yep.
And I think you paid,
Well, at 90,000, so it makes sense. So 165. Anna's main thing was like, when are you coming to DC? The reason why I couldn't was because it's not resolved. She was like, well, you're coming to DC, then we'll just pay that bill. And I was like, it doesn't exactly work that way. So it was supposed to be, it would have been concluded in October.
You can send me back and move back. Is that something that you want to use or?
I went down to Cohasset town and got here and I opened up at the local bank. It's in, it was a bank in the United States or Massachusetts. And I thought, oh, this is great. I'll have a, personal account there. And then the Hingham savings, all the restitution money went in and I took, so I put it all in there and wrote the check out. So that was the whole point of that. But Anna never did anything with that account.
Possible that she had an account that you didn't know about? Would that surprise you?
It would surprise me. Yeah, it definitely would surprise me. But I mean, anything's possible. When she got the JetBlue card, she told me she was getting it. So
Going back to the restitution and the sentencing, is there a possibility that you'll be incarcerated at the end of this?
possible. Yeah.
Still on the table there.
of 6 months, but that has not, that's all been suspended because of this.
So that's also, yeah.
Because it's one thing if Anna can take care of the kids for 3 months, for 6 months.
Yeah.
It's another thing if she can't.
But also, I mean, Anna and my mother both lost their minds. They were not having it. So
Back in your day.
well, after,
For 6 months.
after all of this, because we've been apart for so long, she's like, why do we do all of this? Why do we struggle this much? I mean, the cost of this house and running the townhouse and all the traveling and not being together. I remember being very upset when I talked to her about it.
Did you guys discuss the plan for the kids if you were to go, say you were to go in for 6 months, like where?
We've discussed the plan of the kids going to DC without me.
Yeah.
And we discussed that on September 1st because we only got this house for 6 months.
Okay.
And I had said, maybe that's not a good idea. I don't know how long I won't be able to see you or the children. And you'll be all by yourself. There will not be a lot of support. And we decided to do another 6 months here, which ends March 1st. Now, as we had a difficult holiday season because of, not being able to see each other and her mother's illness and having to go to Belgrade, take her vacation there, not here, I said, maybe it's time to send the kids and I'll get a smaller place and we'll have to figure it out. And she said, well, let's discuss it. We're supposed to discuss it, for the new year. And especially after the news that Tracy gave us a few days before. And also, what was Tracy going to say if I take the kids and I try to do it with the kids? And I said, but I also said, you're exhausted without the kids. Think about what that's going to be like. I have 3 boys at the house and we want to do with Hans. So there was a lot up in the air. There's a huge amount of stress with that.
Yeah, that's a big life change. So what, got an meeting over there in DC?
We were thinking of moving Robin. Robin is relatively new. We were going to ask her if that would work out. She was in Serbia. She asked a few people if she was going to fly them in maybe. Her mother and my mother can no longer support the kids. They're just not in shape. They were a few years ago, and now it's just not possible. She's like, I can bring my mother in. I was like, your mother's never like that. She can't let us. Her mother did help us a few years ago with 2. But it just wasn't possible anymore. So, especially after she had a neurological incident last year.
So how did that conversation, where did that rest? Where did you go?
Well, I left a message for her, and I was going to get more information from Tracy. I was going to speak to Anna, and I'll just speak to my mother about it too. They both have a huge investment. Nothing had been decided, but that's where the thing was.
I'd like to go back to the first. We really need to iron out what you did that day and get a timeline for you. I know that in the previous couple interviews, you told us that Anna left at around 6 and you got up at 7:30.
Yeah, a little after 7.
7:30 breakfast. And
French toast, yeah.
why don't we just start at when you got out of bed?
Yeah, of course. So you go get out of bed, and then because Brian wakes up, and then I came down. I didn't change in Brian because I had to go into William's room. So sometimes, like I said, I'm supposed to change in the morning. I don't always. And then William was still asleep in his room at the time, but Brian was up. Brian likes to come down the stairs himself, so I got down, and then Thomas was already on the couch. They started to leave early for work, and he's like, "Yeah, I already know." I said goodbye. I was like, "All right, French toast time." So Brian came down. I made the breakfast and emptied out, cleaned up after some of the stuff from last night's dinner. Emptied out the dishwasher and that stuff. And then I went up to get William and bring him down for the breakfast. So then we had the breakfast, which is the kids love the French toast on days off. And then was it coconut melon was I think what I put on for the kids. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was that. The kids have their iPads too, as you know. There's a lot of new toys that we were playing with. So that was most of the morning. And I didn't have the phone at the time. I think I emailed. I made sure it was in my. So Zach and Daniel, we basically work we're always in contact every day. So I wanted to know that my phone wasn't working in case something was coming across to let them know that I can only get emails on my mother. So those are the 3 emails I sent out. I was going to send out more, but I just didn't have time to phone show up. So Robin came in. And the kids were excited to see Robin. And then I got ready. I hadn't gotten ready at all. I showered and everything like that. And I had time from 3 to 9 to be at the house. And it was to go see my mother. But I had to go out and get the milk and the juice and some other things. Mainly the milk was the reason why I went to Shaw's. And then I came back and set that up. So I left at 4 instead of leaving at 3. And then I drove up and saw my mother, and then a couple errands. CVS and Whole Foods is the main things that I remember. I talked to her, the usual stuff. I made sure everything was going well, and then I drove back, and that was the main thing. I think I got back, at 8 or something like that.
So you're in the house the rest of the.
Yeah, that's it. It's my times are pretty strict. So and I'm if you call, I'm 100% compliant on this.
Right. So when you first left the house at Shaw's?
Yeah, around a little after 3.
Did you go to Walgreens after Shaw's?
I might have gone to Walgreens. I'm trying to think. I might have gotten some baseball cards for Thomas or something like that.
So
Yeah, I only know about it because of the Fresh Pulls. Barnes and Noble is the place where you get baseball cards too.
Okay. So you don't know if you have Walgreens.
I do go to Walgreens a lot when I'm next to Shaw's. Yeah, so I don't recall. I was pretty focused on making sure I had enough milk.
Okay. So then after that,
Yeah.
Why you're here?
Oh, I just got the stuff in the fridge and basically told Robin I was heading out. Checked on the boys and things like that, and then I was gone.
Direct to my mom. What was that? What's that address?
3:30.
Moved your paradise and like that.
That's what I'm saying.
Your condo.
What?
Your
Condos are long, yes, sir.
and that's private. That's a single family in Trust.
It's at something called the Landing. It's like an apartment complex or something.
What minute do you need?
820.
Okay, so you were directed on Scott. What route did you drive up in?
Like it was a little difficult because I got lost because I didn't have the GPS. So it took a bit longer. I went the wrong way and then I came probably. So what did I do? Because I know this was supposed to go 1A, I went 1, and then I came across on 114 or something, and then was able to get up to what's it called? The Swamp's Guy.
Longer than normal.
It took longer than normal, yeah.
How long do you estimate?
No, I mean, with no traffic, you can make it in, maybe 60, 70 minutes, but I probably took I took over a little bit over 90 minutes maybe. So I was probably there, I was there before 6, but after 5:30.
Okay. Where did you get lost?
I went on 1 instead of going on 1A, and I kept driving further than I had to.
And what was your mom's
she didn't know that I was coming because I go on my call in advance. So it took a while to get in. She's like, who is it? She's always, she's like, I was like, it's your son, supposed to be here. She's like, you didn't call. I said, I don't have the phone. And she opened the door, and then I came in. And then we just talked for a few minutes. I told her what was going on. And then, I discussed if she, I forget if I brought stuff at the time, or I don't think so. I think I went back out and then brought some stuff from wherever she needed. A couple, like, I forget what it is, but normally it's frozen foods that she likes, the exact name of it. And that's a couple of things from CVS. She likes, clean pads is usually, she can't have enough gloves and clean pads and things like that since the pandemic.
Okay. So you left the mom to CVS to get the more or less what you getting?
And then I was just in that area, that Swampscott area.
The Whole Foods at CVS?
Yes.
In the other stores?
Not that I bought here and stuff. Sometimes I go to Stop and Shop or, what is it, Home Goods, but not this time around.
You probably wouldn't want to stop and shop and get the Whole Foods.
They have the food, also the food for the dog is like 25% more expensive at Whole Foods is at Stop and Shop. So yeah, so there are times where I would go to get stuff and, obviously, Market Basket, things like that, so.
So you can have some grocery shopping for your mom.
Just a little bit, yeah. She does not, require a huge amount, so.
And back to mom's after CVS, Whole Foods, and then what, you said you remain there?
Yeah, just a little bit. We just discussed things, and she was like, "What's going on?" And she actually, we discussed what Tracy had said. She's like, she basically said, "You have to get to DC with the family." Is one of the takeaways, and that was the main thing.
What's her plan when you ultimately get to DC? She going with you?
Yes, she's going with us.
Okay.
She's going to live separate residence. She's independent, but much closer right now. We're really struggling because she's been far away, and she's like, I'm not moving, especially after the pandemic, and I'm certainly not moving temporarily. So that's why she didn't move down. She was about to move down to Cohasset, but then we were moving. It was just like, okay, well, until I know where you guys are, it's not happening. So I get that. That makes sense. Yes. We were going to bring her to what's the place in Hingham, the Landmark.
I don't live down here.
We're going to go Shipyard. There you go. Thanks.
That's condos.
Yeah, I thought that would be good for her and close enough.
Okay, so you guys were there, come home, do you stop anywhere on the way home?
No,
No gas stops?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay.
Like I guess I'm sorry. I'll have to check that. I don't think I got gas.
You only pay for things in gas or credit?
Yeah, I was about to say I usually pay for stuff in credit card. So if I did get gas, I'd know.
Credit card.
I use the Freedom card. Yeah, Chase Freedom.
That is that an account that was joint?
That's a joint account. The Chase account's on it. Yeah.
So from Swampscott, sounds like you come directly home. And then
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it does sound about right.
Within those records, it has like a description of, you have to notify them when you want to, right?
Right.
And what is that done? Is that done like the morning you want to leave and tell them?
Oh, no.
Here today? Is that
No. So with Marlene, every Thursday I send her an email. If you go through my emails, you can you can look through all of those. And I say, so these are the requests for the week. This is what I'll be doing at this time. May I have permission to take to school or whatever it is. Now there are some other things that are kind of like taking the kids to school is all set up, right? So I have to take school from Monday to Friday and stuff like that. So those I don't make requests for. The other things, like if I have to see Tracy in person or see my probate lawyer or support my mother or take the kids to a game that's not, I make those requests in advance. If anything changes, I am able to ask about changes. They're supposed to be 72 hours in advance though. So same day would have to be an emergency situation.
I think the particular trip that on Sunday, when we went to Swampscott, I think it was the description said mom drop off.
Yes, so I was supposed to take, because she was having cataract surgery, so she was coming over. This is what happened. So she was going to come over. I went and I picked her up, and I brought her back to the house. So she was okay. So let me figure this out. We went on the 20th or something, or the 21st for a surgery. At that point, she couldn't do a lot, so she was at the house here. We were taking care of her. Then I drove her up, set her up at her place so that she could be comfortable away from the kids. She's unable to like stay here like for extended periods of time, and also so that she likes to leave on and I can have time alone as well. Then I went to pick her up and brought her back, and then she was going to stay until the 1st. She left early, and I said, I'll come up. And she's like, I have everything. And I said, okay, I'm all set for Sunday. I'll come up and make sure you're all set for the week so that we're all, everything's good. I'm glad you're feeling better. So we didn't know how fast she recovered much quicker from this cataract surgery than the first one. So I went up to support her instead of drop her off so that she made sure she had everything.
The day you did drop her off early, what was that?
No, her car was here because we brought her car in before her surgery. And then she's like, I can drive, I'm fine. And she left on Thursday.
So you're here Sunday night, you go out on Monday? Do you have any scheduled, I can't recall,
I don't believe I had scheduled time on Monday. I probably took, I guess I did have a little bit of scheduled time to do things with the boys. Normally it's for school, but they didn't have it. So I took Thomas for, I wrote taking Thomas for ice cream or something like that. So, to mix it up a little bit. And what was the other thing? I think that was it. That was the only time I left. I don't remember anything in the morning.
So you said the Thomas, and the boys stayed here?
Other boys stayed here.
What time did she go?
I don't remember. I think I had her come over pretty early because Anna had left. And at the time I didn't have the phone. If you look at the text messages, she's like, so when she left on Sunday, I said, hey, can you go on Monday? I'm all by myself with the boys. I don't know what's happening. I don't have the phone. She said, sure. But she texted me and said, is 9 okay? I was able to get in touch with her. We didn't have the phone at the time, but I was able to, that's when she went out and went through all the garbage and looking for the phone.
Yeah, he's like, boys, sometimes they told her.
Right, yeah. There was a speaker and then there was the coffee grinder. I was like, that was kind of weird.
What kind of speaker?
I don't know. It's something that Anna had gotten, but once it was clean, it didn't work anymore, so it all went back in. But I appreciated Robin bringing it all out.
You guys got any Google Voice devices in there?
No.
Okay, so you called once on month.
Yeah, that was it. I think, usually I go get a treat with it. I had a one-on-one time with him. William and Brian also like it, so I'm trying to mix it up, but I don't have a huge amount of time.
It was good ice cream.
I think it was over in Hingham. It was good.
Yeah. That's where you go,
I think is that what we wanted? They wanted to go somewhere. It was like he was asking about somewhere else. I think he wanted to go to Press. He wanted to go to Press, which is is that place? Press is in Lorwell or something like that. No, it's actually it's a healthy place, but he thinks he's getting a chocolate milkshake, but it's just a chocolate banana. I don't know. He figured he's like this. He's found it to be tasty, so I was like, well, that's better than ice cream.
So we're to Monday. I mean, at what point do you really start to get genuinely concerned?
Monday. Yeah, when I had the phone. Once I got the phone, she was getting in touch with me. I was like, well, this is weird. And we're over time.
Do you usually talk to her every day?
I talk to her, all the time. So, but the week or so before, we had the same situation. Yeah, for Christmas and everything. So I didn't want to freak out at that point. So I was like, you know what? Let me see what happens in the morning. And then that's when all the texts started coming. I was like at 6, I wake up pretty early. So I texted her. I was like, what's going on? That's when I got in touch with Alyssa. And she told me to calm down. And my mother told me to calm down. And Sandra, her sister, was like, I haven't spoken to 1231. No one seemed to worry. But I was like, maybe I'm being insane. And I almost called work last time. And Anna's like, can you not embarrass me at work? And my husband calling around for me. So I was going to call on Tuesday, but I didn't. And I should have. And then I didn't hear from her. And then on Wednesday morning, that's when I called. I started calling lines. I don't have a number of someone at work, I realized too. So I called I called the Mazda building, called Crossing building. I was going to call Jeff Chon. I didn't have his number. While I was looking for that number, Graham got in touch with me and said, "Hi, what's going on?" And I was like, "Here's Brian Mullins, husband. Is she there?" He's like, "Is there a problem?" I was like, "Not if she's at work." And that's when that's when this all.
Wednesday?
Wednesday morning. That was Wednesday morning. 4 p.m. It's 72 hours.
So you're concerned on Monday, then Tuesday?
Everyone's telling me to calm down.
Long as talking.
And I was going to call work, and people, the whole thing was like, don't embarrass her at work. And that's when I kept texting. Where are you? I emailed her. I said, you're missing again.
Who was Alexandra?
Alexandra's sister. So she's got, her name is Alexandra, but Anna has all sorts of different names for her. Alex, Sally, Saleh, so all sorts of, so she has a bunch of big names. That's Anna's sister.
I saw that you communicated with her through the
Viber, yeah.
On Wednesday, you had already told her you can't get a hold of Anna, but then she started talking about the police, calling the police, and you said, wait. Why would you tell her to wait?
Tell her to wait to call the police? Because I was at the time, I was talking to Petitions Fire people, and the guy Huey was going to get everything in motion. He's the one who said, I'll call DC, and he met them. And then he's the one who called Cohasset to get everything going, because he's, ex-Secret Service and everything. So, I mean, if I asked, basically, I was going to do it myself, and he's like, let me do it. That's the human resource officer, Teresa, who immediately got me in, who called me. She's like, I'm driving over now. I'm gonna tune you in with Huey. So I was like, okay, because I've never filed a missing person report or anything like that. She said, we have support for you, but there was no delay by doing that. In fact, I feel like things happened a lot quicker.
I think things happened pretty quick after they talked to Cohasset.
Yes. Right. Yeah, 100%. And I think it was, I'm sorry, I don't think it was the person, Greg immediately came over and he got the information down and he came over again and then Huey called me. Greg gave me the missing person report, but it was Huey who gave me the incident report.
Didn't Richard Walker mean?
No, it was that.
It's that last week that came on with leads, big communities and other stuff. Yeah, but
On that,
Yeah.
Brian's mother.
Yeah.
Would like to offer a report.
Yeah, and I will run up by the people I get on, but I think that it can go both ways. It generates a lot more leads, but it can waste a lot of time too.
Exactly. Instead of, anyway, she wanted me to raise that.
Oh, she spoke to me about it and I said, talk to Tracy, so.
What does she want to offer for the board?
But you'll offer, you'll offer anything.
That's what he wants us to.
That's her starting point.
Yeah, before that.
But before we do anything, we're getting approval.
No, it's important that we're still.
Sometimes you put this big public announcements out there all in an offer.
Right, no,
We're not-
we don't want to do anything
No, we're-
that's going to impede the investigation.
Yes, thank you.
No, we're working in alignment with you. That's our focus.
When I called you the next day about the media and
Right.
probably picking up
Yeah.
media inquiries,
Yeah.
this is kind of along the same.
Yeah, it hasn't, it's only created more stress.
While we're on the same team,
Yeah.
media kind of has their own.
Yeah, right, sell newspapers. And that's why we brought Tracy's here to, basically cool head, in a different time where, the rest of us are not operating really very well. And also to, protect me for, my other people problems down there.
Yeah. The main goal here is to find out.
Yeah.
Okay, a lot of.
You have any other names?
Not off the top of my head, I was just home to look out here. I figured I'd throw it out, but it does not.
No, do you have any other information?
No,
Okay.
not right now.
All right.
Obviously,
Is he an Uber driver or a Lyft driver?
Richard Walker?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you-
I don't even know if he exists.
Okay.
I'm asking, why you asking?
Anna had a regular, I don't know if it was Lyft or Uber, but said that, like, if someone out here, she kept recognized. Like, it was the same person.
Oh, really?
That would come out. I mean, I guess it's not a lot. Like, it's not a high.
Sure.
So 2 or 3, or I don't know how many times, but I never got the person's name. No, just that he was, was very nice and he was a good driver.
What about the type of vehicle that he drives?
No, I didn't get any info. I didn't think about it. I mean, right? But I know that she, normally you never see an Uber driver twice, and I think she saw him at least twice, if not more.
Some people will have a private number of an Uber driver that can direct a car to come.
I don't know if that ever, yeah, I asked her, are you doing that? She, at the time when I asked her, this is a while ago, she said no. So
You specifically.
I said, are you going to just hire him directly? She had said no. So that's where we left it, and that must have been a month ago or 2 months ago or something.
And what rideshare service was it?
I'm pretty sure it was Uber. It could be Lyft. I never, she was running both of the apps and seeing what the pricing was always. I don't know. She usually gives the regular stuff, whatever was available. And she was leaving very early in the morning with Cohasset. So there were days when I was awake early on, and she was worried about if she was going to make it to the airport because we couldn't get anyone, or they would be 30 minutes out.
Obviously, with Anna missing, public and many people are going to have their suspicions about you. I'm sure it's something that Anna is important.
Tracy is prepared for that.
Yeah, we know that's not lost on you, and it's important for us to iron out of their timeline for their housing. Well, and efficient for that, quicker and disposal.
Sure.
And that's part of the reason for the timeline. And what we did on Sunday and Monday for Tiffany. But, that's why I asked everyone to kind of think hard. When you left on Sunday or when you went out on Monday, verify, you can't verify. You basically want to know where you left and what you wrote and where you started. But we also like to hear from about so as far as the trip on Sunday, the first time you left the house was to go to Shaw's. Correct?
Yes.
And actually Walter,
Sure. I forget. Awesome.
back here, back out for response.
Right.
Route travel again up there.
It's Route 1.
So from here, like us, when we leave there, we go out to the side check.
You go right, and then I drive over to, I get over to I think it's Derby Street area, right? So I take the left and go through all that. Then I get up onto, it's 93, is that right? Or something like that. Then then we get to Boston, and through Boston, and then one, I guess it's just 1A, but I stayed on 1 somehow. Because I've got so used to not having directions, right? Or having directions, not having directions. I was just, and then I got myself further up than I should have, and I came across.
At what point did you go down on the line?
The ship,
I don't live down here.
like there's a ship on the north shore. So you're on Route 1, there's a ship. The Christmas tree store used to be there, I think on the right. Yeah, so I think I've gone too far. And I don't know how to use my GPS Volvo because I never.
Okay, so do you turn around or do you keep going off the exit?
Yeah, I went. I looked around, and I think I took 114. I'm not sure. I just took a right because I knew that I knew my mother was here, and I was like over here. I need to cross.
Okay, so you cut across and went over to 114,
I think so. Yeah, that's. I remember that.
and that brings you over to what route?
Well, I think it brings me over to Lynn. From there, I staked around, and then got to watering up to Swampscott.
Did you go by your condos in Lynn to check them out?
No, I did not at all.
Are those occupied?
They were both occupied. You're welcome to. we have to talk to the tenants, and you're welcome to look at them if you want.
Okay, so you cut through Lynn and you go direct to 1B, is that right?
Yes.
How long do you think you were at Whole Foods for?
Not long. It's a good question. I don't really have the timeline now, but let's say 15 minutes.
Okay, you estimated it took you about 90 minutes to get there, is that right?
Something like that, yeah. So I left there around 4, so I should have been out of there by 6 or around that 6 o'clock time.
You go to run the errands?
Yeah, I run the errand, when I got back in, I was there a bit longer, and then back home.
And again, the errands were to Whole Foods.
ZDS there.
You had to go to 2 stores because only got food at Whole Foods.
Yeah, I suppose it was at Whole Foods and then CVS, usually the wipes, the alcoholic wipes and stuff like that. Or
And you don't go anywhere else after that?
I might have gotten gas, I don't know, I have to check.
And you go back to your mom's and converse for a bit? What did you talk about?
I was on and off being there for New Year's, and she was like, "Okay, how are things going?" I said, "Yeah, it was going a great night." And then she's like, "Is Robin at the house?" I said, "Yes, I got to go back." And she came late, and I don't have my phone, so my mother and I were to come back. She's like, "With your phone." So there was a lot of discussion about that, and then me getting to see with the kids. She's like, "You can't this is going on too long," and that was pretty much it. And now that a lot of her surgeries are done now up here too, so it's a good. She was like, it's a good time. We're done with cataract surgery. I've had all my my checkups for my lungs, so this would be a good time to go.
So you guys did have a conversation about Anna?
Yeah, she asked like, "Where's Anna?" And I said she had to go for work, and then she was like, "Well, she's working all the time." And I said, "Yeah."
So talking about the work emergencies, did those happen often?
No, last time on December 24th, when she worked up until 7 p.m. and then she missed the flight on, there was, I was like, "What's going on?" And she basically said, "You're asking a lot of questions. What's going on?" I was like, "Well, it seems really odd that you would have to work like so late on December 24th. And she said, "Hey," I said I was going to take care of it. And then I said, "All right." So I didn't want to get into it, especially she was obviously hesitant to tell me that she wasn't going to be able to stay the whole time. So I didn't want to, we had a great night. So I was like, "Okay, well," and then she also said, "I'm going to have more time for Martin Luther King Day, 4 or 5 days." I remember her saying that she's like, "It's all to work out. I'm behind." She got sick after coming up for Christmas. So I guess she had to work from home on Tuesday, and she felt like behind for the year. So it could have been that she was wanting to get ahead, but she said that there was something that was important that she had to be at. I assumed, I haven't told you the stories I make up in my head, but if you're interested, there's no basis other than what I thought it might be. But
What did you think it was?
I thought it was something at the Mazda building. That's where she was till 7 p.m. on the 24th of December. In the morning, she sent me, if you look at the text, she's like, "There's leaks, like at 8 a.m. on that." So I assume something must have gone on over there. And she's supposed to live right next door. That's so the fact that she's here and not right next door, someone might call her and say something like that. She would be like, "Well, I have to get over there." And she was always busy on the phone, stuff going on. So
Where's she supposed to go for a work emergency?
well, our townhouse is right next door to the Mazda building. So she can walk over, right? So the fact that she's always here I don't know. Again, this is all of my conjecture. Like, she's like, "Well, if we were at the townhouse and something went on at the Mazda building on New Year's Day or any time, she could get up, walk over, deal with it, and come right back."
She goes over there and fixes leaks.
No, but she manages all the people and stuff there. So, and she's it's an in-person job. It's not something like that she does over the phone and stuff like that. So but again, that was something that's in my head. Yeah.
Why do you think she was obviously hesitant to tell you that she had to go back to work?
Because, we lost a lot of time over the holiday season.
When did she actually tell you that she was leaving?
She alluded to it when she arrived on Friday, and she was busy on Saturday saying that she was running, things were running behind, and then she basically said, "I wanted to go back." She kept saying, "I have to go back early." Then after Jem left, she said, "I have to go back tomorrow."
So she mentioned it a few times that she'd have to go back early. And then after Jem left, she said she was leaving in the morning?
In the morning. And I was like, well, that's somewhat surprising, but considering the Thanksgiving schedule, the last 2 months, it wasn't surprising because she was supposed to be here for Thanksgiving and that got canceled. And then when she came back on December 6th, she was supposed to be here for 5 days, but she was only here for a few hours. She was supposed to be here for Christmas, Christmas Eve and all of that. And then that got compressed, and then she drove up. So she's only here from 8 p.m. to 5 p.m. on the 26th. So all of that became a pattern that we were getting compressed on our schedules. That due also due to the flight and things like that.
Forced to work so late on Christmas Eve, probably hard to believe.
Yes. No, I mean, I was like, why? Yeah, I was complaining about it. That's the best way to.
Was she lying to you?
No, I mean, no, I don't think so. I just was like that. I said, who else is working on that at that time? But I guess they made a decision to get all this stuff out of there early. I could see that, corporate stuff. And she did say, hey, the 24th is a working day in retail, Brian. And that is true.
What was her title? That
She was the regional general manager.
both like a problem occurred in one of these buildings. There's not anybody underneath her.
There's GMs, yeah, definitely. But
Were they good?
yeah, that's a good point. Absolutely. Crossing did not have a GM for a long time. So she was playing GM over there. That guy Graham called me, was the new GM. And then Mazza was kind of her project because it was closing. So she was very hands-on over there. For the other buildings, there was less talk about the other building.
And just so I'm clear on the timeline, she had a flight Christmas morning. She worked late Christmas Eve.
Yes,
Okay. When did she actually show up with Christmas?
8 p.m. on Christmas Day.
On Christmas Day
Yes.
at 8 p.m.
Yes.
She just drove straight through.
Yes. Well, she missed her flight was canceled. So it was like, they're canceled, and they're like, maybe we can get you out. That's when the whole storm came. And then she just got in the car and started to drive. And I said, no, don't, get a rest, which might have been better. But, it's very her. That is her very, all out all the time.
Okay, so 8 p.m. on Christmas, she pulls in.
Yeah.
Have you suspected her of having an affair or suspected her of sleeping with someone else?
No, not when we're married. I mean, when we were dating other people, it was a bit different. But in the last, 7, 8, or 9 years, no, absolutely not. And with 3 kids, and I after I was arrested, I remember writing her notes, and I said, this might not be the life I had promised you. If you want to leave, I understand. She said, no, let's do it together, and we'll focus on our relationship and the kids. I mean, it's more than just us; it's the children too. So, I really couldn't imagine that. She was very focused on work and family, and this would be it would be totally outside of her value system.
How would you react if she told you she was sleeping with someone else? Angry? Would you tell her you wanted a divorce?
Oh yeah, I'd say yeah. No, my first inclination would be like, we're going to get divorced. Yeah, I would. I wouldn't even expect something like that to happen. But if she said, again, the story I began is that she's like, I'm leaving you for someone else, not like I'm sleeping with someone.
What do you mean, the story you're making up?
Well, I assume that if something like that happened, she would say, I'm leaving you for someone else. Not like, oh, I'm having an affair. That would be kind of weird.
Would she tell you?
I don't know. She's very direct, but we always had these conversations. I said, I know it's really tough being separated, she's like, yeah, you have to get to, but her whole thing was like, you and the kids get to DC as quickly as possible. That is not someone who's having an affair.
What do you mean by we've always had these conversations?
We've had conversations about, struggles that we're having being apart. And she was like, you and the kids have to get here as soon as possible. Not, there was nothing other than that. That was always her main focus.
Was there complaints about intimacy with her being gone all the time?
Yeah, there was certainly difficult, but, we did see each other enough and that we were able to be intimate, on, a regular basis. Not the same as if you're living with someone, but in some ways we took advantage of the time more than had we been together. I remember her bringing that up. She said, well, when I'm here, you definitely make it a priority. Whereas when we were together, you're like, well, you can always wait another night, but here we can't. So that was something that we did discuss. But she didn't like this house. That was another thing. She was always complaining, we're in a rental. She needs rentals. So. But her having an affair, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Also, where's the time? She was exhausted. She was always flying. Every moment she was flying here or working. Anything's possible. It just sounds, all of the scenarios seem improbable. Certainly that does too. But maybe I only see it one way. And then who would it be with it? And I was like, I don't even know.
These work emergencies common. It's not anyone there in the shift. Just pick up on me.
Yeah, I think I've been leaving was not common. Work emergencies were, or, I mean, maybe the word emergency is being misused, but, upticks or something that, like a outlier. There was a time when the FBI, hit the crossing building. All of a sudden, she was like inundated over there. And then the leaks at Mazda, TJ Maxx wanted to leave Mazda. Like these things that came up that like were disrupting her daily work were things that, we talked about all the time. And that it was, it was a huge pressure for her. And she didn't have all the personnel in place.
Actually, just to backtrack on something you said, she came home December 5th or early December, you said? She was supposed to stay for 5 days?
Yeah.
Going home for a few hours.
Yeah, so basically, I guess it was the same thing. She was going to come in on, I might have used the calendar here thinking. So she was gone. Yeah, I guess she came on the 7th, which is a Wednesday. She had left on the 23rd. So 2 weeks in Belgrade. She was going to leave on Monday the 12th. And she told me she had to leave on the 8th. So that was so it was starting to get used to it. I was like, wow, that's tough. I mean, and we did have, I was upset. I think 2 weeks, in Belgrade, 1 day here. Kids and I, need more than that. So
Moving on the hearing, when would her scheduled flight back?
Tuesday morning. Yes, that was the understanding.
Okay. And then, working along, you said Friday 30th when she landed, she told you that she had a work issue and didn't go back.
She was alluding to things being very busy with stuff on Friday, and I remember her being tired.
Did she book a return flight earlier? Did she change the reservation? Did she book a new one?
I don't see. Here's the thing: she sent me a flight coming to Boston, but she never sent me the return flight. All I know is that she told me she had a return flight on the 3rd, but I don't know what time or what that was. I assumed everything was just the way it was, and then she moved the schedule up 2 days, which is not the first time she's done that. I mean, it is the whole thing is a big. It was odd, but considering the last couple months, it wasn't so much that I was like, hey, what's happening? Whereas, when I was talking to Jem's like, well, this seems insane. And I was like, well, Jem, these are the things that I've been dealing with over the last couple of months. So it wasn't something that I would be like, well, raise an eyebrow to. I was like, all right, all I did was further confirm that, I got to get to see the kids. We've got to work this out. It's too much stress on the whole family. And that was the main thing. I just wanted to be overcome.
Did Anna ever tell you when the return flight went booked? The Tuesday flight?
Say again?
In other words, did she tell you which flight she was booked on the 3rd?
No, but she always took the first or second flight out. And she had said she had already booked flights for January, but we were supposed to talk about that. And then she did say she was changing a flight, but not this flight. She was changing the flight for Martin Luther King Day. So I don't know if she did that or if she didn't, but she was talking about changing that flight. Because she was going to come in Thursday night, stay Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, leave Tuesday. And maybe try to leave, maybe say an extra day. So she was offering 4 or 5 days, which was again, was normal when she said take Thanksgiving, like 2 weeks for Thanksgiving, but I'm going to stay for 5 days when I come back. And she only stayed for 1 day. And then she was always like, I'm going to have more time. It seemed like she was having less and less time.
On New Year's Eve with Jem,
yes.
Was Jem aware that she had to leave the morning?
No.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I mean, Jem, we were probably because we just wanted to, most likely just to enjoy the, time with Jem. He's only here for 4.5 hours or so. And we hadn't seen him in person.
Were you aware that she was leaving the next day?
No, I was aware that she was probably leaving early. Again, assumption or story bit in my head is that she was leaving on Monday.
She was originally planned to leave on Tuesday. You were on the assumption by her leaving early it would be Monday.
Yeah, no, I had no information otherwise, but I was definitely surprised. Like, I gotta go.
Okay. So, what were your plans with on New Year's Day?
Yeah, so it was going to be the same stuff. The only difference is that come up with me to see my mother possibly, or we would have, or the whole family would have done something like my, up in Swampscott or somewhere nearby. Because I said I had time to drop my mother off, so we can go see her and get her what she needs, and maybe we could do some stuff. So I was excited about that.
Thank you.
I don't know. I didn't bring it up, but she was troubled by whatever happened with Adela. She says, can't be my friend. This is 30 minutes before New Year's. And she brought it up, she did bring it up with Jen at the time before.
Okay.
Um,
You said he couldn't be a friend?
He texts on New Year's Eve,
Yeah.
saying friendship is over or something to that, right?
Yeah.
What did he say? I'm
Put it on the table.
She said, I'm sorry, I appreciate, give a leadership sort of answer, I accept, what you're saying. And then he called to leave a message. And then I remember her saying, I'm not taking that, I'm not going to listen to this. Put her phone upstairs shortly after.
She didn't tell you the problem.
I think she understood it. I think it was people can see me for the holiday season. You're in town, not seeing me in person, often enough. That's not acceptable. I'm here to, support you, take care of you, or whatever it is. So, it was just a bit. I mean, it's not the relationship. I guess she thought that they were having. He's married to the child, by the way, and they've known each other for 10 years. So just to give you some background.
Do you know how they met?
Yeah, they worked at the Willard Intercontinental together back in 2012.
That she went to put her phone upstairs after that?
After that, I would say it was 12, 10 or 15, and I remember her putting her phone upstairs and she came back down without it.
Was Thomas kicked out at one point?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Was this before, during, or after Thomas was participating as well?
Oh, yeah, Thomas went to bed. He went to bed and he came over at 9 or 10 or something. I think Anna took a bunch of photos. Jem and I don't have any because she didn't send them to us yet. But I think she sent one to Real Fasto. So that's when the photo was taken about. So it was maybe 10 o'clock or something like that.
So she put her phone up there?
Yeah, bedside.
In your room?
Yeah, or my room now.
Oh, this year time.
Yeah. Not in the ceiling tiles drawer, on top, yeah.
Makes sense.
But she did seem disturbed by that, which was odd. And she did bring it up, she brought it up to me and Jem at the time. So, I mean, that was something that, not normal, but.
Yeah, to kind of cut us off.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem. You said that the plan for New Year's Day was to take Anna and the kids up to.
Maybe, yeah, that was
Did you actually have a plan?
No, we didn't have a full-fledged plan at the time. But we had, we had options and stuff, so.
Was Nanny coming over Sunday, the last night? I think was that.
No, the nanny was gonna come over anyways, because I was gonna go, I set everything up in advance, because I was gonna have to go take my mother, so I wanted the nanny here, I didn't know what it was gonna look like and what Autumn was gonna wanna do and things like that, so. Also, if I was gonna see my mother, I was gonna take the kids somewhere, and we would meet up later. But, because I thought so little time outside of the house, when I knew most of it as a family, get everything.
Had options on New Year's?
Yeah, because I had the time to go see my mother. So I was like, we'd go up and we wanted to do something, with her, with the family. We had those options were available to us, which, like today, they would not be, right? Because I don't have any time.
Did you guys have an argument after she said she was gonna go home early?
No, we didn't have an argument. I was taken by surprise. I was about to be proved I was in the bathroom, and she came by and said, I have to go to sleep. And I was like, well, hold on. And she's like, I have to get up early, Brian. I have to go tomorrow. And I was like, oh, I wasn't expecting that. And then she said, I said I might have to leave early. I said, I didn't know it was going to be like that early. So, but I did have an argument with her for the Thanksgiving and the Christmas Eve. So I wasn't going to make the same 3 times. I was like, okay. And then she immediately backed it up with like, hey, I'm going to come in 4 or 5 days. And for Martin Luther King Day, because we were making a new schedule for January and February. I said, coming every week is really not good. Is there any way that you could come every other week for more time? So we were working on that when she arrived Friday and Saturday. Talking about that.
If the kid took her phone and hit it on her, how would she contact you?
If the kids took her phone and hit it, how would she contact someone for a ride? I don't think she would leave the house without the phone. But let's say if I'm wrong about that. So sure, she would use my phone. She put the Lyft on there. I guess she would download Uber and get it. But I know where my phone was, and we didn't have this phone at the time. So there were phones in the house.
Did you use any iPads potentially?
Oh, there you go. She probably wouldn't be able to use the iPad to do it. I would not, but she would know. The only thing I saw was one phone, and in her laptop. That other iPad I'm telling you about should be at the DC. She did have a laptop with her, but she programmed all of these.
And did volunteer this one?
Oh, my mother brought it on I forget when we got this phone because she had to get the phone or my mother had it and she was bringing it with the watch and everything. So it probably came here we probably brought it on the second or something. Everything came on the second.
When you didn't have your phone, you sent those emails, those 3 emails.
Yeah.
What were they to again?
So Zach and Daniel, my business partners and Let's, my wife and my mother.
How did you send those emails?
My laptop.
I asked you, did you do anything to hurt your wife?
No, I would never do that.
Brothers will have arguments with one another, spouses, etc. Has that ever escalated to a physical confrontation?
No, sir. No. My wife and I got along very, very well. Hey, the only stress we were having was going together. It's really, I bothered Tracy about it for months. The family doesn't work without my wife. Never hurt my wife. I mean, I loved her and what would it think? I think about my kids too. She's a wonderful mother on top of being a wonderful wife. To take that away from that, I mean, I just couldn't even imagine something like that. That's not, would never do anything to hurt my wife. I wanted to spend the rest of my life with my wife. I'm still going to. And, we were apart because of the job and my legal problems.
Her leaving very early, maybe angry?
No, I wasn't angry. I was sad. I got angry about Thanksgiving. And then, I realized I was just sad not spending a lot of time together. And she was sad about it too. And it was exhausting for both of us. She was away from the boys. I was always dealing with the boys. But my wife and I were a very good team. We agreed on almost everything. We agreed on I have to get to DC. Just didn't feel like we would be authors of our own lives. So why she wrote that on the thing, we have to be the authors of our own lives to make this happen, Brian. We're always working together.
In your mind, where do you think she is right now?
I like a lot of people have said maybe she's at a spa, and she was under a lot of pressure. Doesn't really track with my wife. She loved her job and she loved her family, so she was always focused on that. And maybe the country house in Bela, in Serbia, but I can't have a hard time imagining.
Does she have any other identification?
She's got a Serbian passport or Serbian international identification cards. One with, I don't even know if the date is on or the proper date.
Other than Serbian ties internationally, or picture she would visit or family or good friends.
She's a language expert. She spent time in college in France, which speaks perfect French, but she has a family, or she has a friend there. I don't know if it's still there, Julianne, but other than that would be it. And then DC and Boston. And DC, sisters in Canada, sure. We're asking for a broader.
So you checked international flights. Was she scheduled? It appeared in the newspaper. Not that I ever believe the news, which is why I'm asking you guys. It appeared in the newspaper that she did have reservations to go back to DC on January 3rd.
That makes sense, yeah.
I'm just asking if that's confirmed.
That's our understanding.
Do you know what time?
Stuff like that's not.
Of course, they haven't wanted what, always.
And that she never changed that.
Why not? It's not camping.
The chatter between JetBlue and her over the last few months is because when she doesn't call, she does something. They do it online. They do online messaging.
Oh, they should probably go to the JetBlue site.
Yeah, they have a chat. Yeah, so that's so she could be doing that and feeding the kids or something like that. There's a run, but a lot of times she would talk to them and it wouldn't work out, and then she would take a break and then come back.
Yeah, but it's a live check.
Yeah, so sometimes, I mean, I don't know if it could be like, they're like, we'll just come in and change at the counter, or I was like, I can't do this. And she was always asking for, she had gotten a good status, especially with the card. So I don't know what her deal was, but it's possible that, because she said when I have this, they can make changes at the counter, upgrades at the counter are different. So yeah, she never called them.
Must have known. What about like brunch reservations or any brunch plans on the years? Talk to them.
Not that I know, but was talking about making some. So I don't know if she did it or not. Like I haven't checked. I haven't looked for anything on Open Data or Resi or anything like that. So I could take a look, because last year we went the whole family. We did go to brunch. So that is a very normal thing to do.
So normally, is it a bigger
Yeah,
schedule plan for New Year's?
right. But I mean, this year, things were up in the air.
So, a lot of time outside of the house on New Year's Day. When did you put that request in? Was it a normal Thursday request? Or
Yeah. No, always Thursday.
And the request was from what, from 3 to 9?
3 to 9.
So there wouldn't have been brunch.
No, yeah, we wouldn't have been brunch, but it was good. That's not.
She have gone to brunch without you?
No, that's fine. No, well, sort of left. No.
I mean, if she were going home on January 3rd, would she have gone out to brunch with other friends or anything?
No way, no. The only time when she was here that she saw someone without me was Rima. And I was only twice. She did that twice. That's the only, everything else we would do together, or people would come to the house. The time together was very important for us.
Are you both friends in the area that
Peter Kirby,
you think you should speak to as far as that Luann wrote well? That she was close with their past?
Peter Kirby, they were in the same school together 3 years ago. He lives with his wife and John Marshall. They had been calling for support. Jim Mulu, who was here, obviously, was a friend, and was, obviously loves Anna very much. Rima Ferrer, she was Anna's mentor, and, they were very good friends. Those would be the main ones that I would think of.
I think that's pretty much it for now. I mean, you're gonna have to obviously keep up the dialogue and let that forth. You're gonna pull follow-up questions. You can you obviously have the ability to get credit card statements. You wanna pull those and then for the past week, and that'll help us kind of travel and stuff like that.
Yeah, just check the Chase Freedom. That's the one that I use. I don't use the Capital. The Capital one has been out of commission. It was only in commission for a month or so. Do you have access to the Chase Freedom? Or
We gotta jump through a lot of hoops.
yeah, absolutely. We get how much of the Chase Freedom?
Very first.
Oh, okay, so you just okay.
We'll give y'all, we're not gonna,
That's
You're just, they're coming a month.
so.
whatever the last month's statement is, I'm not sure if it's, you know how it is, some of them start December 10th.
If you have any statements, so, bars that come in.
But I don't think they do anything.
I'm still not.
I have dealt with Anna, she does everything online.
Yeah.
Anna's cousin, one of the
Milan?
dispute conservative.
Milan, yeah.
Milan, I was gonna ask his name.
Yeah.
Last name?
Lopachuch?
Has he ever contacted you?
No. I think he's not speaking.
So, you said there was a conflict that.
Yeah, there's a terrible conflict. If you speak to Alexandra, she'll know more about it. But since I've known Anna, basically what happened 2 generations ago, Serbia in Belgrade, Anna's father's mother, so her grandmother, bought a piece of land with her sister or something, and then they had kids, and there's been a running dispute over it because now it's worth a lot of money, and you can build a large building there. And that building, that kind of money in Serbia, it changed your life. I mean, it's like winning the lottery here, and they've been fighting over it for many, many years, 20 years at least. They thought they were going to resolve it in 2017. Then things didn't work out. Things went back and forth, and then just this Thanksgiving Day, basically just got the deal. So they had a deal that it took 15 years to put together. 5 years later, they couldn't perform. They needed to split.
So aside from that, and is there any business conflicts with police or with this new job and stuff?
Yeah, people ask me that same question. I can't think of anyone that would be upset with Anna. Everyone loves Anna. She's wonderful. So everyone, and if you see all the texts and emails coming, like, what can we do? We love Anna. I can't think of I can't think of anything like that, honestly. That would mean to upgrade anything like this, especially.
Whether it's her fault or not, like any issues at work that comes out, if somebody would be slighted.
Not that I know. I mean, the only people I know are the people that she was working with, and she had a very good working relationship with everybody. No, again, it would be very hard to. No, I wouldn't have a name to give you for that.
Okay. What about you? Any previous business partners, any current partners, anybody that would be, upset with you that would want to try and hurt you in some way?
Well, I mean, what about the guy in LA?
Oh, but there's a civil lawsuit.
Yeah. Well,
A civil lawsuit is not the same as wanting to hurt you.
okay. But
There's a civil lawsuit in California. I don't think that reads any.
okay. Yeah, I don't.
understand somebody suing you.
Yeah.
But Anna too.
Trying to hurt your wife is different. Yeah.
Right, but they're suing Anna as well, and he called Anna during the thing. So I mean, that's the one, that's one person. But I mean, I don't think so either. But that would,
We have the name just to.
yeah, what is it, Ron?
Like the gallery.
Gallery thing. But he had Ron Ridley. Yeah, but he did call. He called Anna, and he brought her into the case.
What did he say?
Well, he sent her a threatening email, Facebook text at one point. You stole from me. I know the police and the FBI. I'm coming to get you. Things like that. But that was 6 years ago. And other than when I was arrested, he tried to contact her via Facebook or something, 2018. But we haven't heard of him since.
What can you contact?
2018. I think it was just he was trying to friend her or something like that.
Criminal stuff started.
That's right when the criminal stuff started. Yeah, but that would be someone who certainly I have a different situation. So him and there's Jean and Lee in Korea, but highly unlikely. I mean he's son of a billionaire. I don't think he would.
What in Korea?
His name is Jean Lee.
It's not the person involved in it.
Yeah.
They're getting arrested and everything.
Oh,
Yeah,
Junker PLS,
I don't think anything of that would rise to that.
Yeah, say that Arno Dubuis.
And besides, they would be pissed at him.
Yeah. Ron is the only one that tried to bring us
John Lee is what's, and what was the other name you said?
was Arno. Or the other person who Arno who's in Paris. He's a art dealer.
Were they all partners in there?
No, it's all a separate situation.
So why separate incidents, like in aside from?
Yeah, well, they're similar
They're
memory.
separate incidents, and honestly, I don't think anything about his criminal case would have anything to do with this.
I don't either, but I still want.
But those are the names of the players, and Ron was the one who did it. I did serve my wife at work.
Okay, but if people have a problem with you or your wife, but most of them people, I
Right.
understand that some of those people may be very far past this.
Well, definitely Korea and France are pretty. I mean, and he's the other guy's in LA, so
If anyone contacts you,
we're
contest really.
We will give you any input we get.
Was that a truck was here last night with out of state place? Was that a visitor or?
Abdullah?
What time did he arrive?
Adele. Yeah, he was. It was late. Yeah, I called you late, so you must have not.
And how long was he here?
10 minutes, 15 minutes. But my mother's saying it was 30. I was trying to.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I was trying to usher him out quickly. But at one point he brought James Ryan, who was one of his mentors 10 years ago. I haven't seen in a decade, which is weird. And then also speaking to James, but he went over and spoke to the kids to Zach and the kids for a minute. But
I'm hearing a lot and talking with his friends and real mentors and leave it fit. What exactly is going on with these groups that we go with?
Yeah, so I have to explain, it's something called Boston Breakthrough Academy, and it was a leadership training program. And, we formed pretty close relationships there. And we, as I said, we raised a lot of money through our community service projects, each Loving Spoonfuls, Torch Foundation, things like that. So we've stayed connected. It was more than 3 years ago. I started this 3 years ago, and Anna graduated February 3 years ago, so 2020. Well, it's a 4 or 5 month program, and then you get a graduation. And, you said that you've graduated or have a certificate of completion of your of work. So it's not accredited, to be clear.
Is Adele a member of this?
He is not. No,
He's not.
but
The guy who brought me was.
James Ryan, no, yeah,
I thought it said.
a mentor from her when she was young at work. Yeah.
Okay.
And I had someone that she considered. I guess they had spent time together, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago as well.
When's the last time I went to that?
Oh, yeah, there's 3 years ago now.
The last time she was
Part of it, yeah, but we stay in touch. But, Jen, Alyssa, and Peter Kirby, all of them have gone through that training. But if you have any other questions, anything from the pool today?
No.
Very dirty.
Okay.
It is 15:36. Shut up.
Your Honor,
Yes,
could the Commonwealth request that identification D is read into the record?
sure. So, George, from time to time, I will read you what are stipulations. They're simply agreements between the parties. I sometimes say they're facts you can take to the bank if the parties agree with them. I'm going to read such a stipulation now, marked for identification as Exhibit D for ID. At 5:18 a.m. on Saturday, January 7th, 2023, Cohasset Police Detective Harrison Schmidt received an email from Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com, which stated, "We have the so-named Anna Walshe with us here. We had a deal worth $127,000. She messed up. We have her here with us, and if she doesn't pay the money, then she'll never be back. And we know that the police and the FBI are involved. Good luck finding her." Detective Schmidt received a second email from Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com, which stated, "Here is Anna Walshe. Unless she pay the money we deal, she isn't coming back. Comma. Thanks and good luck." The second email had an image of a woman who was not Anna Walshe, and using an image search, police found the image on iStockPhoto.com under, quote, "kidnapped stock photos," end quote. On January 7th, 2023, police obtained a search warrant for data associated with the account Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com. The search warrant was sent to Google, and investigators learned that the Internet Protocol address, the IP address, with the Richard Walker 9984 email account geolocated to Nigeria, and no IP addresses located in the United States were associated with the account that sent the Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com email. The Commonwealth is not alleging that Brian Walshe sent the Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com.
So, Sergeant, a couple questions about that interview. There's mention of an application Viber. Could you tell us what that is, if you know?
It's a messaging application.
And there's also mentioning of WhatsApp. Do you understand what that is?
Yes, that's also a communication app.
There was mentioning of a person named Abdullah. Do you know his name?
Yes, Dula Almatari,
And what is his relationship to Anna Walshe?
a previous coworker from the hospitality industry.
There was also mention of Peter Kirby. What is his relationship to the Walshes?
A family friend.
During the interview, a dog can be heard barking. Where was the dog located in the home?
In the crates in that sunken in family room.
And you had the opportunity to be at the home a few times between the 4th and the 7th. What issues did you ever have with the dog?
None.
There was also mention of the pool today. What was going on at the pool that day?
During that wide scale search, we had drained the pool to get a better look at it.
After January 6th, when the Cohasset Police Department had a press conference, what happened to your voicemail and email?
I was inundated with messages and tips from the public.
Why is it that your voicemail and email were inundated?
I was the point of contact for any information, so my department email and phone were listed and disseminated to the news and social media.
And was Richard Walker email one of those things that came into you after that press conference?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, could we have what was marked yesterday as Exhibit 44? Sir, do you recognize Exhibit 44?
Yes.
And where is this in relation to the house?
If you're standing in the backyard with the house to your rear, you'd be looking at like the back right corner of the fenced-in portion of the yard. That's the shed.
What's on the other side of the fence?
Neighboring house.
Now, and Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 47 from yesterday? Sir, do you recognize this?
Yes.
This is what you said was the missing poster you created?
Correct.
Now, where did you get the information to create this poster?
I made this on Thursday, so I had the information from the patrol report, the NCIC missing persons form, and the information from the first interview with the defendant.
Thank you. If you could take that down, Ms. Gilman. And when you were speaking to the defendant, what did you learn as far as Anna Walsh's maiden name or prior names?
There was a previous name of a Nip, Knipp, and a maiden name of Lubitschek.
Now, after that interview on the 7th, what did you do next as far as your investigation?
We continued to reach out to friends and family, gather more background information.
And on the 8th, what did you do in the morning?
We briefed at Cohasset Police Station a plan to execute a search warrant.
And where were you going to execute the search warrant?
516 CJC Highway.
What time did you have the opportunity to execute the search warrant?
Around 9 a.m.
And so when you executed the search warrant, who was with you?
Myself, I believe Chief Quigley, the day shift for patrol, the state police detectives, crime scene. I believe that was it.
And who was at the house when you executed the search warrant?
The defendant and his children, and Diana Walsh, the mother.
And what did you do with those people in order to execute the search warrant?
We had reached out to Attorney Minor, and she came to the scene, and they all left with Attorney Minor.
Did you ever have the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh again on January 8th of 2023?
Yes.
Where did that conversation take place?
Attorney Minor's residence in Situate.
And who was present for that conversation?
Attorney Minor, myself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Proctor, the defendant, and his children were in the other room.
And have you had the opportunity to review a recording of that?
Yes.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the defendant's statements in that interview?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will proceed to have this marked as the next exhibit, which today I believe is 62.
Any additional objections beyond the ones I previously heard?
No, Your Honor.
The 1/8/23 audio will be marked and is now in evidence as Exhibit 62. And for the record, for those of you keeping track over there, the jump is as a result of the following. The parties agreed to, and the woman had indicated, the counsel now will indicate to you on the record, certain financial records that the parties agreed to have been admitted into evidence, and those records are now in evidence as exhibits 56, 61. They comprise records from Apple Credit Union, Barclays JetBlue Credit Card, Leader Bank, JP Morgan Chase, Liberty Bank, Bay Credit Union, and Fidelity Records. So,
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with the court's permission, you made a Commonwealth play Exhibit 62.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman?
11:13 on Sunday the 8th. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm the detective at Cohasset Police.
Trooper Michael Proctor, Norfolk County DA's office.
Agent Chico Cooper, Sean,
Tracy Nyhart, attorney for Brian.
Brian.
So we're here at 244 Gannett Road in Situate. Did you say the time?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. So, yes, the last time we spoke was yesterday, and I think we asked you to give us a good account of where you went when you left your house on the 1st, and you told us that you'd gone to visit your mom, went out, ran a few errands for Whole Foods, CVS, and well, thank you, ma'am. You told us that the Whole Foods was across from the house, and your mom lived in Paradise Lane, and the CVS was in Danvers. Where in which CVS in Danvers was it?
No, I'm sorry. Maybe everyone, probably else on that, I used to every year there.
What road would that be?
By Kathmandu, coffee shop.
Kathmandu. Okay. And what did you purchase there?
This is probably the alcoholic wipes or the yellow wipes, whatever it's called.
Okay. And the method of payment? Cash? Okay. And the time that you would have been there? 7? Or 7 p.m.?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was looking for, I don't know if it showed. Because,
Well, we know that you got back to Cohasset by 8.
After we left grade, yes. But
It's not an exact science, but like a general approximation.
Before 7, most likely, it would get dark out so early.
Was it dark when you got there?
Yeah,
It was. Were we getting full 6:30?
I go.
Okay. So
I mean, could have been at 6:30.
did you go anywhere else other than that CVS and Danvers?
I was going to reflect the line and the whole food
And you went there
earlier.
for the time.
Yeah. I was like, it's going, anytime I go, my mother asks me to get home. Yes. It was me trying to get some.
And on the 2nd, the only place you went was the press. On the 2nd. May I have a look at this? Shake, shows, press.
You get purchases of vegetables.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for getting that together for me. Okay. So obviously there's a lot of electronic devices in your house and sent to downloading several of them. One of them being the iPad mini that's Thomas's. Is that right? Now previously you told us that Thomas had gotten up on New Year's Eve, spent some time doing the jam and Anna, and then he'd gone to bed, right? And that's what, like 10, you live, right?
Around there. I'll buy the photo that was sent by Anna. You give it more exact time.
Do you use any other devices in the house?
I use my phone, and Anna and I only use our phones and the, I have I use there, but I only use the gold glass.
The gold glass. Was that Apple or?
Everywhere we have it there is Apple, except Anna's work computer was not Apple.
So again, we downloaded the iPad mini, and you've been fairly consistent in your story, your account in the morning. So that I give it this 6:30 in the morning. Is that right? You stated that. That's already to make breakfast.
That's correct.
So how do you explain 4:54 in the morning? The iPad mini is wearing the 10 best ways to dispose of your body.
The 54 in the morning. I don't. I have no idea.
Thomas is asleep. And
Well, Thomas is in his room with the iPad. I mean, I don't use an iPad, so that's really weird.
he's sick, right?
Yeah. He does not have the.
Is he the average intelligence for a 6-year-old?
Oh, so yeah.
Okay, but 6-year-olds typically, I mean, I have a 4-year-old who's As a you can't spell his last name.
No,
Six is obviously way more advanced. If you have a 6-year-old, you know, is
no, honestly not.
okay. There is dozens of searches, and that I've been on the morning of the first that ask how to dispose of the body, how to get blood out of hardwood floors, how to dispose of the body in the trash, how to stop the body from decomposing, and how do you explain that?
I so I have no idea.
So you're not using that either?
No, sir. I mean, only to get it for his school communities.
Okay. Left at 6, right?
That's what I read, yeah.
So throughout the afternoon on the first, when I'm gone, the device continues to query how to get blood stains, does blood removed, does the dishwasher remove blood from a knife, so on and so forth.
These queries continue on during the second and third. There's number of bodies were damaged. This guy very well.
It is 11:21. Still January 8th, 2024.
Sergeant, after that interview was over, what did you do?
We went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
If you could keep your voice up, sir.
Sorry. We went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see Mr. Walsh again that day?
Yes,
About what time?
about 4 p.m.
And where was that?
at Attorney Minor's residence in Situate.
And what did you do with him at that point in time?
I placed the defendant under arrest.
Now, where was the defendant taken after you placed him under arrest?
The Cohasset Police Station.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see his hands on January 8th and January 9th?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 48, which is file number 7697.
That's one of the previously admitted exhibits from yesterday morning, yes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may publish it.
Sergeant, what is this?
That is a picture of the defendant's thumb.
And if the Commonwealth could publish Exhibit 49, which is file number 7701, also previously marked from yesterday, Your Honor. And Sergeant, what is this?
That is the picture of the defendant's thumb, and you can see the blue tile from the booking room floor in the background.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, Sergeant, what did you do on January 9th in this matter?
I went to 300 Forest Street in Peabody
And about what time did you get to 300 Forest Street in Peabody?
around dusk.
And why were you there?
We had collected 2 dumpsters from the apartment complex at 330 Paradise Road. Those were transported to a transfer, like a trash transfer station in Peabody for examination.
And so what were you doing? Well, so when you got to Peabody, about what time was it?
I was right around the beginning of dark.
And who was there?
Myself, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Lieutenant Tully, members of the CERT team, and other troopers.
And Lieutenant Tully, he's with the state police and opposed to Detective Lieutenant Lopes with Cohasset.
Correct.
Okay. And so what were these state troopers doing? Not Lieutenant Tully, but the other ones you just mentioned.
It's a big warehouse with trash lining on the walls. We had dumped the contents of the dumpsters in the warehouse, and we began searching the bags, bag by bag.
And why were you doing? So what would you do with the bags when you searched them bag by bag?
The contents of the bags were opened. It was spread out on the ground. We'd look at the contents, see if it was important. If it was, those were moved to like a tarp or plastic or paper sheeting where they could be documented, photographed, collected as evidence.
If the Commonwealth could publish Exhibit 50 from yesterday, Your Honor, which would be file number HAS 7025.
You may.
Sir, directing your attention, what is this?
This is the plastic sheeting.
And can you see yourself in this photograph at all?
I can see my feet
Where are your feet located?
at the top of the frame.
And if you could just tell us like what you're wearing for footwear.
Brown leather boots and gray pants.
And if the Commonwealth could have Exhibit 51, which is file number 6810. So, Sergeant, what are we looking at here as far as the process that you were describing?
So this is right when one of the bags was opened for examination. The contents was dumped out so we could look at it.
And if we could go to Exhibit 52, which is file 6867. Now, what are we looking at here in relation to the previous photograph?
Those are the contents moved to like tarp and plastic and paper sheeting so they could be further examined.
And the boots, do you know what brand those are?
Hunter boots.
And Miss Gilman, is it possible to zoom in on the white piece of paper underneath the purse? Sergeant, did you see that white piece of paper that night?
I did.
What was that?
That's a COVID-19 vaccination card with the name Anna Walshe on it.
If you could close out of that. Now, Sergeant, did you ever have the opportunity to review financial records in this matter?
Yes.
And you said that you'd been working on that during your investigation, but you've also looked at them since then. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay. At this point in time, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would ask to publish page 6 from Exhibit 56, Apple Credit Union.
You may publish that page, yes.
Thank you.
This is from the Apple Credit Union.
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant, do you see this statement?
Yes.
All right. Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
The ending date is January 31st, 2023.
And Sergeant, and Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. Sergeant, do you remember what the outstanding balance was on the account?
I believe it was overdrawn by over $800.
And Sergeant, regarding the payments on this account, do they bear any similarity to the other withdrawals on the other months?
Yes.
What so?
Rockland FCU, that payment was reoccurring. Pepco payments was reoccurring. A Leader Bank online was a reoccurring payment.
And Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to publish page 8 from Exhibit 57, the Barclays JetBlue card.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
Statement period ending in January 17th, 2023.
And what was the balance for this statement?
Statement balance as of 1/17/2023 is $2,145.69.
And Ms. and Your Honor, if we could publish page 10 from the same exhibit.
You may.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, could you go down to the bottom? Sergeant, what did you see as far as activity on this card after December 31st?
None.
Your Honor, may we publish page 4 from Exhibit 58, Leader Bank?
May.
Thank you. Sergeant, do you recognize this statement?
Yes.
What is this for?
This is a mortgage payment for investment property.
And do you see an address associated with it? Towards the bottom.
Yes, the collateral property is a condo at 35A Turdour Street, Unit 35A-5, Lynn, Mass.
Sergeant, in the interviews you had with the defendant, there were discussions of properties. What other properties were there that Anna Walshe or the defendant had access to in Massachusetts?
There were Lynn rental properties.
And if we could close out of this, in Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish page 45 of J.P. Morgan Chase, Exhibit 60. Oh, I'm sorry, Exhibit 59.
Page 40?
45.
Page 45. You may.
Thank you. Sergeant, what is this account?
This is the Chase Freedom Card.
And when is the period ending for this account? Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down just a little? Under opening and closing date, what are those, sir?
The range is October 18th, 2022 to November 17th, 2022.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll up? What was due on the account at that point in time after the November date?
$0.
And with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to publish page 47 of the same exhibit.
You may.
Thank you. Now, Sergeant, directing your attention to page 47 of the same exhibit, I'd like to ask some questions about October 30th. Do you see that entry on it?
Yes.
What is that state on October 30th?
A United flight was purchased on the 30th for November 23rd, 2022 from airport code IAD to airport code DUB.
What is the date associated with that?
November 23rd, 2022.
The next line down, sir.
Purchased on the same date of October 30th, a Air France flight departing airport code DUB to arriving CDG, and then a connecting flight CDG to BEG.
And the next line after that, sir. Oh, and by the way, what was the date associated with that airline?
That was 11/27/2022.
The next line on October 30th, sir.
A flight from Lufthansa Airlines for the date of December 7th, 2022, leaving BEG to airport code FRA, and then a connecting flight FRA to BOS.
Do you know BOS's airport?
Boston Logan.
Do you know IAD?
IED is Dulles in Virginia.
What is DUB?
Dublin in Ireland.
What's CDG?
Charles de Gaulle in France.
What's BEG?
Belgrade.
What is FRA?
Frankfurt.
Now, if the Commonwealth could publish page 97 on, one moment. Could the Commonwealth publish page 97 of this same exhibit, Your Honor?
Page 97 of 59.
Yes. Thank
Thank-
you. Thank you, Your Honor. Within this same exhibit, was there another credit card?
Yes.
And what was this credit card called?
IHG Rewards.
And looking at page 97, what is the balance owed on this credit card?
$2,690.97.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down? What is the closing date for that account?
January 23rd, 2023.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down some more? What is the name on that account?
Anna Walshe.
Now, if the Commonwealth could publish page 25 of Exhibit 60 from Liberty Bay.
You may.
Do you recognize this statement, sir?
Yes.
What is this?
This is a Liberty Bay Credit Union statement ending in January 31st, 2023.
And who's the name on this statement?
Anna Walshe.
And what is the balance on the statement?
$3,388.98.
And do you see those withdrawals on January 3rd and 4th?
Yes.
Do they have any similarities to other withdrawals and other statements within this exhibit?
Yes, the MLS property was reoccurring every 3 months, and the WJ Management and Great North Prop were reoccurring monthly.
If the Commonwealth could publish page 7 of Exhibit 61, Fidelity.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, page 7. Sir, within Fidelity, how many accounts were there?
2.
And do you recognize page 7?
Yes, this is account ending in 5493, a IRA account.
And who's the name on the IRA account?
Anna Walshe.
And what is the date of the investment report?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value at that point in time?
$93,615.82.
And if the Commonwealth finally, Your Honor, could publish page 118 from the same exhibit?
You may.
Thank you. What account is this, sir?
This is an individual investment account ending in 5491 for Anna Walshe.
And what is the investment report date?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value?
$117,719.74.
Can you take that down, Ms. Gilman? Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Your Honor, at this point in time, could the Commonwealth ask that you read in G for identification, another stipulation?
Yes. May I have G, please? I don't mean to repeat to you what the stipulation is. I'll just read it now to you. Brian Walsh was arraigned in United States District Court in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11th, 2018. On April 1st, 2021, Brian Walsh pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction. On October 6th, 2021, an initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walsh was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months and restitution of approximately $475,000. In January 2023, Brian Walsh had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walsh was represented by a lawyer at all stages of the federal case.
And I have one last question, Your Honor. Sergeant, what are the closest hardware stores to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
On Route 3A, to the north is Hingham Lumber, about a mile away. And to the south is Aubuchon Hardware, also in Cohasset, about a mile away.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Those financial records that were just displayed in the jury, tell us in your own words, what was the significance of those?
It goes to the totality of the circumstances in the investigation. It gives us background and just an understanding
An understanding of what?
of the entire investigation.
Well, what those records show, isn't it, is that there was a lot of automatic payments being made.
Yes,
Those records do not show any withdrawals reportedly by Mr. Brian Walsh.
correct.
And for instance, those records that were related to the Freedom card that you then told the jury about the indication of the flights and you identified DUB as Dublin. Where'd you get those records?
From Chase Freedom.
Okay. You didn't find those records in the home of Mr. Walsh, did you?
No,
And you didn't find those records then in the possession of Mr. Walsh, did you?
can I explain?
Can you answer the question?
I can.
What is it?
Physically in his possession, no.
And when you were talking and asking Mr. Walsh questions, both on January 4th, January 5th, and later on January 7th, and then on January 8th, he never once told you anything about Anna Walsh being in Dublin or he was suspecting that she was in Dublin or anything of the sort.
Correct.
When you were talking to Mr. Walsh back on January 4th and January 5th, he forthrightly told you about the federal case, didn't he?
Yes,
And he told you that it was, I think he used the word integrity. He admitted that this was all his fault, correct?
yes,
And that stipulation that was just read to the jury about the federal case, that was the same case, wasn't it?
correct.
It was about painting fraud involving Warhol paintings that were fraudulent, correct?
Yes,
And as far as you know, and based on your investigation that's gone on for some time now, other than that federal, there's no other federal case. Let me ask you.
I'm not aware of any other federal case.
And it'd be one of the things you would do as the lead detective in this case to make sure you knew about other pending federal cases or things like that, correct?
Yes,
Let me just ask this. You told us that on January 8th, around 4 p.m., you returned, was it to Attorney Minor's home and placed Mr. Walsh under arrest?
yes,
And it's fair to say that once he was placed under arrest, is it fair to say that he remained in custody?
yes,
And so, just getting to that Richard Walker stipulation, fair to say that one of those ransom notes that we had to hear about, that occurred after Mr. Walsh had been placed into custody, correct?
yes. I believe it was February 10th, the second one I received.
So even though the stipulation entered into evidence was that everybody agrees that Mr. Walsh had nothing to do with that Richard Walker tip. Nonetheless, you knew, and the detectives knew early on in this case, that Richard Walker tip had nothing to do with Mr. Walsh, correct?
That was our understanding.
Okay. Now I want to focus your attention on what we heard on the January 8th interview. By the time you got to Tracy Minor's home, you and your colleagues had done an investigation on what's been referred to as a mini iPad, right?
Yes.
And that mini iPad was associated with one of the sons, the oldest son, correct?
Correct.
And when you listen to that recorder, when you listen to the questions that are posed to Mr. Walsh, and you ask him about that minipad, his demeanor changed, didn't it?
Yes.
In fact, it's fair to say, isn't it? I don't want to mischaracterize it. He looked and sounded sad, didn't he?
Correct.
Because you were talking to him about his oldest son minipad, right?
Objection.
Basis, overruled.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You were talking to him at the time about his oldest son's minivan, correct?
Correct.
And he basically answered you, I don't know anything about those searches, right?
Correct.
You've learned in your investigation of this case, haven't you, that the searches that you were asking Mr. Walsh about at that time, those searches were not, in fact, conducted on the mini iPad that was associated with his son, correct?
Yes, they were synced to that, but they did not occur on that iPad, is my understanding.
Right. So now your investigation was able to determine that whoever conducted those searches, of course, your investigation revealed that it was Brian Walsh. He never used his young son's mini iPad to conduct any of those searches that we've heard about, correct?
Correct.
And so when you asked him about that mini iPad belonging to his son, his demeanor changed and he looked sad, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Those two exhibits that were shown, Exhibit 48 and 49, they showed what appeared to be cuts on the hands of Mr. Walsh, correct?
Yes.
You have no idea how those cuts occurred, please.
Correct.
You don't have any idea when they occurred, do you?
Correct. Well, I do know they occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
I'm sorry?
They occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
Yes, obviously. So let me ask you a couple of questions about some of the things you testified to about yesterday. One of the things you testified to is at some point after going to the home and talking to Mr. Walsh on January 4th, you and I believe it was Detective Lawrence?
Officer Greg Lawrence.
Okay, Lawrence. You went and you surveyed the interior and the exterior of the home.
Yes.
And one of the things that you were doing was, as a trained law enforcement officer, you were looking for anything that might give you a clue or anything suspicious or anything like that.
Correct.
And that's how you're trained.
Yes.
And you're a very competent officer, aren't you?
I think so.
And in this case, you exercised that competency. And when you saw, for instance, that Volvo out in the parking lot, you walked out there and you looked inside the Volvo, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Walsh was with you at the same time?
Yes.
And you made note, you told this jury about it, you made note that you saw a piece of plastic sheeting lying in the back of that Volvo, correct?
Yes.
And you even made note of what you described as a seedling that had fallen down into that sheathing.
Yes, that's what I remember.
And eventually that sheathing was eventually seized, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It was eventually seized. It was taken.
That plastic sheeting? Not to my knowledge.
Was there other plastic sheathing that was subsequently seized?
Yes.
And did that subsequent seized sheathing that matched the sheathing that you observed in the Volvo?
It looked familiar. I'm not aware of any scientific comparison from one sheeting to the next.
Okay. But I guess it's just fair to say that when you were looking around and you looked at that Volvo, Mr. Walsh didn't keep you from looking inside, did he?
Correct.
The child-proof latches that we heard about yesterday. If we could have Exhibit 34 brought up, photo number 7335. That's that door that you testified to yesterday?
Yes.
That's the door to the basement?
Correct.
The childhood latches are at the top of the door?
Yes.
Anybody can undo those latches as long as they're tall enough to reach them?
I assume with the proper grip strength, yes.
And so any adult probably released that plastic latch, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, on the door handle, there was no key lock or anything of the sort preventing somebody from going down.
I don't recall a key lock on that door.
And when you saw that door for the first time, was it open or shut?
I don't recall.
We heard some evidence yesterday about a hole in the ceiling in Mr. Walsh's bedroom, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you can take that exhibit down. I apologize. Maybe we could see now exhibit 29, photograph 7319. Now that's the hole we're talking about, correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that you saw that hole on January 4th, the first time you were taking the tour of the house?
I remember seeing it on the 5th and not being surprised by it.
And all you mean by that is, I could have seen it, but I'm just not sure.
Yes. So I definitely remember it on the 5th, and I remember knowing that the ceiling tile was in the bottom drawer of that bureau or that nightstand. I don't explicitly remember seeing it on the 4th, but I believe I did just because I wasn't surprised by my seeing it on the 5th.
Is it fair to say that when you talk about those ceiling pieces, they were stuffed in a drawer that was right there underneath the hole?
Correct.
And it was Mr. Walsh who showed me where those pieces were?
Yes.
And you didn't see anything on those pieces that raised any suspicion?
No.
It's fair to say that when you look at this exhibit, we can see what sometimes is referred to as ceiling joists.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Okay, and between the ceiling joists is insulation?
Correct.
And it's as if the insulation is intact, the ceiling joists are intact, but the plaster falls down, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that plaster falls down without any pressure on it, depending on what happened, correct?
Depending on the state of disrepair, possibly.
You have no idea how that hole occurred, do you?
I believe in one of the audio recordings, the defendant states he goes up there and was walking around.
Okay. But you don't have any idea what he was walking around for.
Correct.
And in fact, in that conversation, the context of that was that occurred long before January 1st.
That was my presumption.
Presumption based on the context of the conversation.
Yes.
That insulation that we see, is it fair to say that what we're looking at is the paper wrapping that covers the fiberglass that forms the insulation?
Yes, the vapor barrier portion of the insulation.
And is it fair to say, do you know, well, that's a terrible question. Do you know that the insulation that we're looking at in that exhibit, what color it is when you look at the fiberglass insulation?
I remember it being pink.
And it's a pink color. Now, we saw some photographs of the basement of the Cohasset home, didn't we, yesterday? Correct?
Yes.
And in those photographs, it also showed photographs on the ceiling to the basement, correct?
Correct.
And that ceiling also had insulation, correct?
Correct.
And that color of that insulation was also pink, correct?
Correct.
You talked about going down into the basement, and you saw some bags down there. You recall that?
Yes.
Did Mr. Walsh go down in the basement with you?
Yes.
You found some bags down there.
I did.
And you didn't open the bags.
Correct.
But you pushed on the bags or touched the bags, didn't you?
Yeah, I manipulated it with my boot.
With your boot. And what did you think was in the bags?
Like a piece of a rug or like carpet sample sized.
Okay. But you didn't look in the bag, correct?
Correct.
But based on your training and experience, you thought it was pieces of rug.
That's what I assumed.
Okay. And this was on January 4th, wasn't it?
It was either the 4th or the 5th.
Whether it's the 4th or the 5th, there were still bags down there in the basement that may have contained pieces of rug.
Correct.
And Mr. Walsh was right with you when you were using your boot to touch those bags. Using your training and experience, determined that feels like they have rug pieces in it.
Correct.
And down in that basement, those stairs, they're wood stairs, aren't they?
They are.
And did you notice the very bottom stair to the stairway to the basement? It was cracked or broken.
Not at the time.
And, of course, the flooring for that basement that you entered, that was concrete, correct?
Yes.
You were asked some questions both yesterday and today about the pool that is in the rear part of the home in Cohasset, correct?
Yes.
And at one point, we looked at the pool and it had water in it, and then subsequently, it had been drained, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, nothing of any significance was found in that pool, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you would be interested to determine if there was any evidence that a substance like blood had been placed in that pool. That'd be one of the things you'd be curious about.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And after you and your fellow officers had uncovered the searches that we've heard some about, you're aware of a search, aren't you? That was found on the macro that talked about something about how you measure blood in a pool or some words to that effect. Are you aware of it?
Yes.
And so there was never anything found of any significance in the pool, was there?
Not that I'm aware of.
And in fact, I think it was, you talk about a canine search in the back area, correct?
Yes.
And that canine is a human scent canine, correct?
It's a patrol and tracking dog.
And it didn't hit on, if that's the proper term, it did not hit on anything in the backyard whatsoever.
I believe the canine was on the outside portion of that fenced-in backyard doing the track.
Okay. It didn't hit on anything significant or related to your investigation of this case.
No.
Now, you walked through the house, you already told us, correct?
Yes.
You walked through it at least twice. One on January 4th and then on January 5th.
Yes.
And you didn't see anything that seemed suspicious, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that, quote, you're sensitive to that, correct? Based on your training and experience.
Yes.
But you well know, don't you, that subsequently, multiple criminals from the Mass State Police then arrived at that house sometime after or on January 8th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And they were there for more than just 2 days, weren't they?
It was more than one day, went into the second day at least.
And they went over every single room and item in that Cohasset home, didn't we?
That is my presumption.
And so even though when you, as a trained and experienced officer, walked through that house a couple of times and didn't see anything, still there was trained criminalists that came to the house to conduct testing and searching for anything that might be significant, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
There was trained criminalists that came to the house to look for anything that might be significant related to the investigation that was ongoing.
That is correct.
I want to ask you some questions about the media used to message. There's no such thing as something called iMessenger, is there?
I'm familiar with iMessages.
Right.
Like Apple-to-Apple communication.
Right. So my question is rather simple. There's no such thing called iMessenger, correct?
At that direct quote, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And when you were talking to Mr. Walshe on January 4th, he used the term iMessenger, didn't he?
It was either iMessenger or iMessages.
Well, you were asked about that when you testified before the grand jury, weren't you?
I don't recall. Likely.
Well, do you recall that at the grand jury, based on a series of questions, you determined and stated in part that when Mr. Walshe was talking about iMessenger, he was really talking about Facebook Messenger.
The context of that portion of the interview did seem as if it was because we're on the Facebook subject and social media subject.
Okay. And when he was talking to you and saying, well, some messages would come up on his phone that were intended for Anna Walshe, he was talking about, quote, iMessenger. That's the phrase he used, correct?
I believe so.
And then Messenger, once again, has to do with Facebook, correct?
That was my presumption from the context of the conversation.
And so you are unaware, as you sit here today, that there is any forensic evidence that Mr. Walshe ever saw the messages or any messages that may have occurred between Anna Walshe and one person named William Faster, correct?
Can you repeat the wording of that, just so I have it clear?
You are unaware of any forensic evidence that establishes that Mr. Walshe saw iMessages that may have been sent between Anna Walshe and William Faster.
I don't recall any digital forensics related to what you're describing.
And in fact, are you aware of the use of Messenger in the context of Facebook?
Yes.
And is it fair to say, and just correct me if I'm wrong, that somebody can friend somebody on Facebook and then they can trade messenger communication, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And anybody who is a friend will see those messenger communications and can respond to them?
In the context of Facebook?
Yes, in the context of Facebook.
Messages, my understanding is messages between people would be only between the people that are included in that message.
Well, when you talk about message, are you talking about messengers?
Facebook Messenger, yes.
It's fair to say that if someone's trying to hide an affair, they don't communicate using Facebook Messenger that might be open to people that they don't want to find out about an affair.
Objection.
Sustained.
You are unaware, as you sit here today, of any forensic evidence that indicates that Mr. Walsh saw any Facebook Messenger communications between Anna Walsh and William Fasto, aren't you?
Correct.
In your interview and your questioning of Mr. Walsh, and I go withdraw that, I apologize. During your questioning of Mr. Walsh, you were present with others, correct?
Yes. Yes.
But sometimes when the jury heard that questioning, it wasn't you asking the questions, it was other officers, including Trooper Pacheco, correct?
Yes.
But during those questioning, you were asking, and when I say you, I mean you or your colleagues, you were asking Mr. Walsh for names of people that might be helpful, correct?
Yes.
And he gave you a number of names, people who he knew Anna may be friends with in D.C., and names of people that she might be friends with in the Massachusetts area, correct?
Correct.
And one of the names that he gave you was William Fasto, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware of the fact that William Fasto sold the $1 million townhouse to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh, correct?
Yes.
And when Mr. Walsh gave you the name of William Fasto, he didn't sound angry, did he?
He did not.
He didn't say anything pejorative about Mr. Fasto, did he?
Correct.
And before that occurred, you or your fellow officers had made it clear by asking Mr. Walsh questions of whether he knew anything about an affair or affairs that Anna Walsh might be involved in.
Yes, we asked about that.
And you asked him about it more than once.
Correct.
And you were asking about it because it could be something that you'd use in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
And by the nature and the context of your investigation, you were making it clear that, well, an affair could be some evidence that could be either good or bad in our investigation.
Potentially.
And so anybody who's trying to hide the fact that they knew about an affair that could be bad evidence, you wouldn't expect them to give you the name of a person that they knew was having an affair with their wife.
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, isn't that part of your training and experience, officer, that you don't expect people to give you harmful information when you're asking them questions?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then you had made it clear to Mr. Walsh that evidence of an affair could be either good or bad, correct?
Can you repeat that?
But you made it clear, you and your colleagues, in the multiple questions about an affair, that evidence of an affair between Anna and somebody else could be good or bad.
I don't recall speaking about an affair being good or bad.
In any event, we can all agree that he just gave you the name of William Fasto in the context of anybody that she may know, Anna, may know in the D.C. area, correct?
Correct.
Along with other names, correct?
Correct.
Now, on January 7th, during the interview of Mr. Walsh, he was told, and the jury has heard this, that obviously, quote, obviously, with Anna missing, you know, the public and many people, they're going to have their suspicions about you and whether you did something to Anna. That was told to Mr. Walsh on January 7th, wasn't it?
Correct.
In fact, the point of that question was you were warning Mr. Walsh that people are going to suspect him, correct?
It was the topic of discussion.
And so it's true, isn't it? When something happens like a missing person, people don't believe somebody that they think might be responsible for the missing person, correct?
Objection.
I'll have the question back.
I'm sorry.
I'll have the question back. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry.
New question. Could I hear that? No. If I was supposed to. Start another one. Thank you.
You were warning Mr. Walsh that people weren't going to believe him.
I didn't make that statement, so I was not warning him that.
Okay, but you were there with your colleagues, correct?
Yes.
And your colleague, I mean, from the context of it, you understand that your colleague was telling Mr. Walsh, people aren't going to believe you, so they're going to be suspicious.
I don't know if it was under the context of people aren't going to believe you, but we were discussing the subject that he may people may suspect him. And I remember he said that his attorney exposed him to that.
Okay. But regardless of what his attorney told him, when it was told to Mr. Walsh, obviously with Anna missing, you know, the public and many people, they're going to have this suspicion about you and whether you did something to Anna, correct?
Yes.
And as an experienced police officer, you know that to sometimes be true, correct?
Sometimes.
People don't believe you when you say something happened, correct? Objection.
Overruled, but I am having a little hard time. I don't know if it's the monitor or the tone or the largeness of this room. So keep your voice up. And if you can on the microphone, I know you like to move around.
Maybe I should just stay right here.
It's all right. You can move around. I just need you to keep your voice up.
Thank you, Judge. You know, sir, that in investigations, for instance, for a missing person, people don't believe the person that they might think is responsible, correct?
I've always been under the premise of trust but verify.
Trust but verify. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth House Trooper Nicholas Garino.